This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've debated for years whether to share this story. Some of you might think I'm making it up or exaggerating, but I swear on everything I hold dear that what I'm about to tell you happened exactly as I'm writing it. I was a patrol officer for 17 years before moving to detective work, and I've seen my share of horrific scenes, car accidents, domestic violence, even homicides. But nothing in my career has ever shaken me like what happened on that October night in '93. I was Officer Andrew Wenzel back then, working the night shift in our small town. It was a crisp autumn night just after midnight on October 12, 1993. I remember because the leaves had just started changing, and there was that distinct fall smell in the air. The shift had been pretty routine. A couple of drunken disorderlies, a noise complaint at the college apartments, nothing that would prepare me for what was coming. The call came in around 1:15 a.m. Dispatch's voice had an edge to it that immediately put me on alert. Unit 4, we have multiple reports of a disturbance at 1433 Murray Drive. Witnesses reporting a male subject screaming that his skin is on fire. Possible psychiatric episode or drug-related incident. I acknowledged the call and hit the lights, no siren. Murray Drive was in a quiet residential neighborhood, mostly older homes with well-kept yards. As I turned onto the street, I could already see a small crowd gathered on a front lawn about halfway down the block. My first thought was that someone was having a bonfire that got out of control. But something felt off. There wasn't the usual glow you'd expect from a fire, and people weren't backing away. They were standing in a circle, looking down at something. I pulled up to the curb and called in my arrival. The moment I stepped out of my cruiser, a woman ran toward me. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with shock. "Officer, thank God you're here. It's Paul. He just burst into flames." I told her to calm down and explain slowly what happened while I approached the scene. The crowd parted for me, and that's when I saw him, a man lying face up on the grass. What I saw next is something I've tried countless times to explain in a way that makes sense, but I still can't. The body, I recognized him as Paul Weldon, 42, a local accountant I'd seen around town, was severely charred. And I don't mean like someone caught in a house fire. His entire body was blackened, clothes mostly burned away, skin cracked and peeling like overcooked meat. The smell, God, that smell. Anyone who's been to a serious fire knows that smell of burned hair and flesh, but this was different somehow. Sharper, more chemical. But here's what didn't make sense. The grass around him was perfectly green. Not a single blade was singed. His wallet had fallen out of what remained of his pants pocket, and I could clearly see his driver's license photo undamaged inside the partially melted leather. A few feet away lay his house keys on the ground, completely untouched. I immediately radioed for medical assistance and fire department personnel. "Dispatch, I need EMTs and fire at my location immediately. We have a male subject down with severe burns, possible DOA." While securing the scene with yellow tape from my cruiser, I started gathering witness statements. The first was from the woman who had approached me, Sharon McManus, Paul's next-door neighbor. "I was letting my dog out for his last bathroom break when I heard screaming," she explained, her voice shaking. "At first I thought it was just college kids, but then I realized it was Paul. He was running up and down the street yelling that his skin was burning, that he was on fire. But there weren't any flames yet. He was just grabbing at his arms and face like he was in terrible pain. I wrote everything down, my pen nearly tearing through the paper with how hard I was pressing. And then what happened? Then he just ignited. Sharon's eyes welled up. 1 second he was standing right there. She pointed to a spot about 10 feet from where the body lay. And the next he was completely engulfed in flames. Not like someone poured gasoline on him, more like the fire came from inside him. Another witness, James Kovach from across the street, confirmed her account. I heard the commotion and came outside, he told me, still visibly shaken. Paul was screaming about being on fire, but he wasn't. Then suddenly, he was. The flames shot up at least 6 feet high. He collapsed right there and kept burning for maybe 2 minutes before the fire just went out on its own. Nobody could get close enough to help. It was too intense. By this time, the EMTs had arrived, but there was nothing they could do. Paul Weldon was definitely deceased. The fire department showed up a few minutes later, and I briefed the captain on what the witnesses had told me. Any idea what could have caused this? I asked him after he'd examined the scene. The captain shook his head. In 26 years, I've never seen anything like it. We'll check for accelerants, but he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. We both knew this wasn't a typical fire death. I've investigated arson cases. I know what bodies look like when they're doused in gasoline or other accelerants. This was different. The medical examiner arrived around 2:30 a.m. Dr. Marshall was an experienced ME who'd been with the county for over 2 decades. I watched his face carefully as he examined the body, noticing how his professional detachment slipped for just a moment. "Officer Wenzel," he said quietly, "preliminary observation suggests the burns originated from within the body cavity and moved outward." "What does that mean?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew. "It means the fire started inside him." Dr. Marshall looked troubled. "I'll know more after the autopsy, but I've never seen burn patterns like this." While the ME prepared the body for transport, I continued interviewing witnesses. 4 different people all told essentially the same story. Paul running down the street claiming his skin was burning, though no flames were visible. Paul suddenly bursting into flames with no apparent external ignition source. The fire burning intensely and then extinguishing itself without spreading to anything nearby. I asked if anyone had seen Paul earlier that evening. Sharon mentioned he'd been acting strangely for about a week. He kept talking about finding some old book at an estate sale, she said. Something about rituals or ancient practices. I don't know exactly. He became obsessed with it, stayed up all night reading. I could see the light from his study window. Another neighbor, an elderly woman named Mrs. Petrovich, added something else. "Last night, around this same time, I saw him in his backyard. He'd drawn some kind of circle on the ground and was standing in the middle of it. I thought he was just doing some of that New Age nonsense my grandson is into." I made a note to check his house after we cleared the scene. Around 4 a.m., after the body had been taken away and most of the crowd had dispersed, I did just that. The fire captain accompanied me. Paul's front door was unlocked. Nothing seemed disturbed in the living room or kitchen, but when we reached his study at the back of the house, things got stranger. Bookshelves lined the walls, mostly filled with accounting textbooks and financial journals. But on his desk sat a leather-bound volume that looked centuries old. It was open to a page with strange symbols drawn in what looked like red ink. Next to it was a notepad with Paul's handwriting, documenting what appeared to be a step-by-step ritual. At the top of the page, he'd written, "Midnight Ritual, Day 7, Final." The fire captain picked up the notepad carefully. "You need to see this, Wenzel." The last entry, dated that very day, read, If successful, the body becomes the vessel becomes the conduit becomes the flame. I will know if it worked when I feel the burning from within. I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the autumn night. Bag it all as evidence, I told him. We need to document everything in this room. As we continued to search, we found more disturbing items. Small animal bones arranged in patterns on a shelf, jars of unidentifiable powders, several candles burned down to stubs, arranged in geometric patterns that matched drawings in the book. In the backyard, just as Mrs. Petrovich had described, we found a circle approximately 8 feet in diameter that had been drawn in the soil. Inside it were symbols matching those from the book, but most disturbing of all, the grass inside the circle was dead and brittle, while everything outside it remained healthy. I finished my report around 7 a.m., just as my shift was ending. I tried to write it as factually as possible, knowing that what I'd witnessed defied logical explanation. The fire department found no traces of accelerants on or around the body. The medical examiner would later report that the burn patterns were unlike anything in recorded medical literature. The burns had indeed originated from within Paul's body and moved outward. The case remained officially open for years, classified as an unexplained death. Some investigators tried to rationalize it as an elaborate suicide, suggesting Paul had somehow ingested a flammable substance. Others proposed rare medical conditions like extreme cases of electrical sensitivity. A few even suggested he'd been struck by ball lightning, though there hadn't been a storm that night. I know what I saw. I know what every witness described. And I know what we found in Paul's home. Something happened that night that science can't explain. Something that started with an ancient book and ended with a man burning from the inside out. 28 years have passed since that night on Murray Drive. I've since retired from the force, but I still wake up sometimes smelling that distinctive burn. In all my years of police work, nothing has haunted me like the image of Paul Weldon's body, perfectly centered on his unblemished lawn, burned beyond recognition while everything around him remained untouched. I don't know what ritual Paul was attempting or what force he was trying to contact. All I know is that something answered him, and whatever it was, it came from within. Story 2. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. Growing up in Michigan, surrounded by forests and lakes, I was always practical about nature. Sure, it could be dangerous if you weren't prepared, but monsters, ghosts, that stuff was for campfire stories, not real life. At least that's what I thought until last Christmas Eve. I'm an avid hiker, have been for years. The trails on state land near my house in central Michigan are practically my second home. I know every turn, every landmark, every spot where deer usually gather. After a stressful week at work, I decided to clear my head with a hike before family dinner that evening. It was around 2 in the afternoon when I parked my truck at the familiar trailhead. Plenty of time for a decent trek before heading back for Christmas Eve celebrations. The moment I stepped onto the trail, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly, but the forest felt wrong somehow. It was too quiet. Anyone who spends time in Michigan woods knows they're never truly silent, especially in the daytime. There should have been chickadees calling, squirrels rustling through the underbrush, the occasional crow cawing overhead, but there was nothing. Just the sound of my boots crunching on the partially frozen ground and my own breathing. I remember checking my phone, 2:15. I had service, which was comforting. The temperature was around 30 degrees. cold but manageable with my layers. The sky was overcast, giving everything that flat gray winter light. No snow had fallen yet, but the forecast said we might get some overnight. About a mile in, I stopped to take a drink from my water bottle. That's when I first felt it, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. You know that feeling, right? When the hairs on your arms and neck stand up and something primitive in your brain starts screaming at you to pay attention. I scanned the tree line bordering the small field to my right. Nothing at first. Then, just as I was about to continue walking, I caught movement near a cluster of bare bushes. A figure, partially hidden but definitely human-shaped, was standing there, just watching me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. "You okay over there?" The figure ducked down behind the bushes. I figured it was probably another hiker who'd gone off trail, maybe to use the bathroom or something. Still, it was weird they didn't acknowledge me. I continued walking, but that feeling of being watched didn't go away. After another quarter mile, I glanced back over my shoulder. My heart nearly stopped. About 20 feet behind me on the trail was a woman. Just standing there, not walking, not approaching, just standing. I hadn't heard anyone following me, which was impossible on the crunchy trail. But that wasn't what scared me. It was how she looked. Her mouth was hanging open in what I can only describe as a frozen expression of shock. Her eyes were unnaturally wide, like someone had taped her eyelids open. She was wearing what looked like jeans and a dark jacket, normal hiking clothes, but her posture was all wrong. Rigid, like a mannequin that had been placed there. Hi there," I called back, trying to sound casual despite my growing unease. "Didn't hear you coming up behind me." She didn't respond, didn't blink, just stared with those two wide eyes. I turned and continued walking faster now, my heart pounding in my chest. After a few seconds, I looked back again. She was following me, but not walking normally. She was doing this exaggerated cartoon-like tiptoe, lifting her feet way too high with each step, like someone doing a ridiculous pantomime of sneaking. And she was grinning now, a terrible, stretched smile that looked painful. "What do you want?" I shouted, stopping and turning fully toward her. That's when she laughed. Not a normal laugh, it was high-pitched and maniacal, echoing through the silent forest. Then she started running at me, her movements jerky and wrong, like her joints weren't working properly. Pure terror shot through me. I turned and sprinted down the trail, my backpack bouncing painfully against my spine. I could hear her behind me, that awful laughing getting closer. I veered off the trail into the woods, crashing through underbrush. My only thought to get away from her. After running blindly for what felt like forever, I ducked behind a fallen tree, trying desperately to control my breathing, which was coming in ragged gasps. I couldn't hear her anymore, but that didn't mean she wasn't nearby. I checked my phone. 2:45. Only 30 minutes had passed since I started hiking, though it felt like hours. I had 4 bars of service, which gave me some comfort. I could call for help if needed, though. What would I say? Help? A weird woman is chasing me in the woods? It sounded ridiculous. After 5 minutes of silence, I decided to double back toward the trailhead. My truck was about 1.5 miles away, and I figured if I moved quietly through the woods parallel to the trail, I might avoid her. The forest was still unnervingly quiet as I picked my way through the trees. No animals, no wind, just the sound of my own careful footsteps. I was about halfway back to the trailhead when I heard it, a twig snap somewhere to my right. I froze, scanning the trees. Nothing. Then another snap, closer this time. Suddenly the silence was shattered by a scream that didn't sound human. It was too raw, too primal, like someone had recorded a woman's scream and distorted it, playing it back at the wrong speed. I ran. No more stealth, no more caution, just blind panic driving me forward. I could hear her crashing through the undergrowth behind me, moving impossibly fast. I burst out of the woods onto the trail, now only a quarter mile from the parking area. My lungs were burning, legs aching, but terror kept me going. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. She was right behind me, moving in that unnatural way, her face still frozen in that terrible grin, eyes bulging. She was gaining on me. The parking lot came into view. My truck was the only vehicle there, no one to help, no witnesses. I fumbled for my keys as I ran, nearly dropping them in my panic. I reached my truck, hands shaking violently as I tried to get the key in the door. Old truck, no remote unlock. I could hear her breathing behind me now, ragged and wet sounding. The key finally slid into the lock. I wrenched the door open, threw myself inside and slammed it shut, just as her face appeared at the window. I'll never forget what I saw. Her face pressed against the glass, that unnatural smile stretching literally from ear to ear now, wider than any human mouth should be able to open. Her eyes were bloodshot and wild, pupils dilated to tiny pinpricks. She was drooling, thick saliva smearing on my window as she pressed harder against it. I jammed the key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life. She began pounding on the window, her fists making dull thuds against the glass. I threw the truck into reverse, tires spraying gravel as I backed up, then shifted to drive and tore out of the parking lot. In my rearview mirror, I could see her standing in the middle of the lot, watching me go. She wasn't chasing anymore, just standing perfectly still, that horrible grin still on her face. I drove home in a daze, barely remembering the journey. When I got there, I locked all the doors and windows, then stood in my shower until the hot water ran out, trying to wash away the terror. I told my parents I wasn't feeling well when they called about dinner, making up something about food poisoning. I couldn't explain what had happened, couldn't even process it myself. That night I double-checked all the locks before going to bed around 11. Despite my exhaustion, I couldn't sleep, jumping at every creak and groan of the house settling. I must have dozed off eventually, because I woke suddenly at 3:17 in the morning. Something had pulled me from sleep, a noise or maybe just that same sense of being watched. My bedroom was on the second floor with a window overlooking the backyard. I lay perfectly still in bed, listening. Nothing. Slowly I got up and moved to the window, staying to the side so I wouldn't be visible from outside. I pulled the curtain back just enough to peek out. She was there, standing in the middle of my backyard, head tilted back, staring directly at my window. Even from that distance and in the dim moonlight, I could see her expression hadn't changed. Same wide eyes, same unnatural stillness. She was wearing the exact same clothes as earlier, but they were dirty now, covered in mud and leaves, like she'd been crawling through the forest. As if sensing I was watching, her head snapped to a normal position, eyes locking directly with mine. That impossible smile widened even further, splitting her face in a way that made my stomach turn. Then she screamed, that same inhuman sound from the forest, but louder now, clear even through my closed window. I stumbled backward, falling onto my bed. When I gathered the courage to look again, seconds later, she was gone. Just gone. The yard was empty. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of my room, lights on, clutching a baseball bat. When morning came, I searched the yard. There were no footprints in the semi-frozen ground, no evidence anyone had been there. But I know what I saw. It's been almost a week now, and I've seen her 3 more times. Once standing across the street from my workplace, once in the grocery store parking lot, and most recently last night, standing at the edge of my property line, just watching my house for hours. I've tried researching what this could be. Skinwalker, Wendigo, some kind of forest spirit. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. The way she moves, that smile, those eyes. It's like she's wearing a human body but doesn't quite know how it works. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. The police would think I'm crazy. My friends already do. I tried telling my buddy Mark, and he suggested I cut back on the horror movies. But I know what I saw, and I know she's still watching me. I'm afraid to go outside now. Afraid to sleep. Afraid she'll eventually do more than just watch and chase. What is she? And more importantly, how do I make her go away? Because I'm certain of one thing. Whatever was in those woods that day, whatever is watching my house right now, it isn't human. Story 3. I still can't believe what happened to us out there in the Frank Church wilderness. It's been almost 10 years, but I'm shaking just typing this out. I've shared this story with family and close friends, but I've never put it all down in writing before. Maybe getting it out will help. I don't know. Back in 2014, my buddy Ryan and I decided to take on the Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness in Idaho. We called it the Frank, like the locals do. We'd been hiking together for about 6 years at that point, exploring trails all over California, Oregon, and parts of Utah. Nothing prepared us for the Frank, though. 2 million acres of wilderness. No cell service. No rangers patrolling. Nothing but trees, mountains, rivers, and whatever else is hiding out there. We drove up from Northern California, took I-5 all the way up, and then cut east into Idaho. It was about a 16-hour drive total, but we split it over 2 days, staying at some cheap motel in Oregon. The whole drive, Ryan kept going on about how this was real wilderness and not the tourist trails we were used to. I remember feeling both excited and nervous, like that feeling when you're about to jump off a high dive for the first time. We arrived at the trailhead near the middle fork of the Salmon River around noon. The parking lot was just a gravel clearing with maybe 3 other cars. We double-checked our gear, food for 7 days, tents, sleeping bags, water filters, first aid kits, maps, compasses, the whole 9 yards. Our packs were heavy as hell, probably 45 pounds each, but we were used to it. The first 2 days were actually amazing. The trails were clearly marked but not crowded. We saw a few deer, even spotted what might have been a black bear in the distance. Thankfully, it showed no interest in us. We camped near creeks both nights, filtered our water, cooked our dehydrated meals on the little camp stove. The stars out there were unbelievable. No light pollution for hundreds of miles. It was exactly the escape from reality we were looking for. On day 3, everything changed. It was my stupid idea. I remember pointing to our map during breakfast and saying something like, "Let's go off trail, see what no one else gets to see." Ryan was hesitant at first, but I convinced him. We had our GPS unit, compasses, and enough experience to navigate, I argued. Plus, we'd just cut through this section of forest and rejoin the trail a few miles ahead. Simple. We packed up camp and headed northeast, away from the trail. Within an hour, the forest changed. The trees got bigger, older, with these massive trunks covered in thick moss. The underbrush was denser, too, making each step a challenge. I remember checking the GPS and being surprised at how little ground we'd covered. What I thought would be a 2-hour detour was clearly going to take much longer. Around 2 in the afternoon, we heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe the distant sound of a creek. But as we kept walking, it became clearer. A mechanical humming sound, like a generator or something. Ryan heard it too, and we both stopped to listen. "What the hell is that doing out here?" he whispered. I shrugged, but curiosity got the better of us. We decided to find the source of the noise, thinking maybe it was a ranger station or some kind of research outpost. God, I wish we'd just turned around right then and there. The sound led us to a small clearing at the base of a hill, and there it was, a concrete bunker half buried in the hillside. It looked like something from a Cold War movie, with a heavy steel door that was slightly ajar. The concrete was stained and weathered, but it wasn't ancient, and there were these weird symbols scratched into it. Not graffiti exactly, more like zigzags and shapes that reminded me of circuit diagrams. And the noise, it wasn't just humming anymore, it was music. Death metal blasting from inside the bunker, the bass making the air vibrate. Ryan grabbed my arm. "Dude, we need to go." I nodded, suddenly aware of how exposed we were in the clearing. Something was very wrong here. This wasn't some forgotten military installation or research station. This was something else, something that shouldn't be there. We turned to leave, and that's when they appeared. 2 men stepped out from the trees on the far side of the clearing. They wore camouflage gear, not military issue, more like hunting gear but with tactical vests. Both had their faces covered with balaclavas, just their eyes visible. And they were armed, AK-style rifles pointed right at us. "On your knees," one of them shouted. Time seemed to slow down. I locked eyes with Ryan for a split second, and some unspoken agreement passed between us. I dropped my heavy pack, 45 pounds that would only slow me down, and I ran. Just bolted for the trees behind us. Ryan did the same. I heard shouting, then gunfire. Multiple shots cracking through the forest. "Cease fire! We need them alive!" one of them yelled. Those words still haunt me. What did he mean? Need them alive? I ran harder than I've ever run in my life. Branches whipped at my face. I tripped over roots, got up without even feeling the pain. I had no idea if Ryan was behind me or if he'd gone a different direction. All I knew was I needed to put as much distance between me and those men as possible. The gunfire stopped, but I could hear them crashing through the underbrush behind me. I changed direction randomly, zigzagging through the trees. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, I couldn't hear them anymore. I slowed down, trying to control my breathing, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. Nothing but the normal forest sounds, birds, wind in the trees. I had no idea where I was, no pack, no map, no GPS, no water, no food. Just the clothes on my back, a pocket knife, and a lighter in my pocket. And I had no idea where Ryan was. I spent the next hour moving cautiously, stopping often to listen, until I heard someone whisper my name. "Lewis! Lewis!" It was Ryan, crouched behind a fallen tree. I nearly collapsed with relief. He was okay, scraped up and terrified, but alive. We compared notes quickly. He hadn't seen the men since the clearing either. Like me, he'd abandoned his pack when he ran. "What the hell was that place?" he whispered. I shook my head. "I don't know, man. Some kind of militia thing, maybe?" "Did you hear what he said? We need them alive?" I nodded. We sat in silence for a moment, letting the reality of our situation sink in. We were lost in 2 million acres of wilderness with nothing. No shelter, no food, no water filter. And there were armed men who might still be looking for us. "We need to get back to the trail," I said finally. "Get back to the car, get the hell out of here." The problem was, we had no idea which direction to go. The sun was getting low, and clouds were moving in, making it hard to even use the sun for navigation. We picked what we thought was west and started walking, hoping to hit the main trail eventually. That night was the worst of my life. The temperature dropped into the low 40s. We huddled together under a makeshift shelter of pine branches, shivering, jumping at every sound. I kept thinking I heard footsteps, voices. Neither of us slept. Morning came, and with it, rain. Not heavy, but steady and cold. We were already dehydrated, so we collected rainwater in large leaves, drinking what we could. We found some berries that Ryan recognized as safe, but they barely took the edge off our hunger. We walked all day trying to maintain a straight line westward, but the terrain forced us to detour often. By evening, there was no sign of the trail, the river, or anything familiar. We made another shelter, gathered more rainwater, found a few more berries, and some edible roots Ryan identified. The next day was more of the same. Walking, foraging what little we could, rationing our energy. We were getting weaker. The constant fear, the lack of food, the cold nights. It was all taking its toll. We stopped talking about what we'd seen at the bunker. It seemed unreal now, like a shared hallucination. On what we think was our 6th day in the wilderness, the 3rd day after fleeing the bunker, Ryan spotted something through the trees. A break in the forest. We approached cautiously and found ourselves looking at a dirt road. Not much more than a fire access road, but a road nonetheless. We followed it, too exhausted to even feel properly relieved yet. After about 4 miles, we came to a small ranger station. Just a cabin with a radio antenna and a single Forest Service truck parked outside. The ranger inside was shocked when we stumbled in. 2 filthy, exhausted men with torn clothes and wild stories about bunkers and armed men. He gave us water, some energy bars, and called the county sheriff while we used his first aid kit to clean our cuts and scrapes. The sheriff's deputy arrived about an hour later, followed by paramedics who checked us over. Dehydration, minor injuries, early stages of hypothermia from the cold nights, but nothing life-threatening. We told our story again to the deputy, who took notes and radioed it in. They drove us back to our car at the trailhead. Everything was as we'd left it, nothing broken into or disturbed. The deputy told us they would investigate the bunker site based on our description, but I could tell from his expression that he wasn't hopeful about finding anything. 2 days later, as we were preparing to drive back to California, we got a call from the sheriff's office. They'd found the concrete structure where we described it, but it was empty. No people, no equipment, nothing but an empty bunker with strange markings on the walls. They confirmed they had found shell casings in the clearing, validating our story about being shot at. The deputy explained that various militia and survivalist groups were known to use the remote wilderness areas for training and other activities. He said we were lucky to have escaped, but that's not the end of it. About 3 weeks after we got home, I received a plain manila envelope in the mail, no return address. Inside was a single photo, a black and white surveillance camera image showing Ryan and me standing in front of the bunker looking at it. The timestamp showed the exact date and time we were there. On the back, someone had written, "Witnesses." I called Ryan immediately. He hadn't received anything. I wanted to go to the police, but Ryan convinced me not to. What could they do? The photo itself wasn't a threat, and we had no idea who sent it or from where. We never went hiking again, not together anyway. Something broke between us, not because of anything we did, but because of the shared trauma. Whenever we saw each other, the conversation would inevitably turn to that day, those men, that bunker. What were they doing out there? Who were they? Why did they need people alive? I still have nightmares about running through those trees, hearing those words echo through the forest. We need them alive. I moved to a different state the following year. Sometimes I wonder if they're still out there in the Frank, watching, waiting for the next hikers who stray off the trail. Story 4. I've been a park ranger at Yellowstone for 7 years now. You'd think after all this time, I'd have seen everything the wilderness has to offer. But what happened last Thursday has shaken me to my core, and I can't stop thinking about it. I haven't slept properly since. Every time I close my eyes, I see that deer head staring back at me. I'm used to being alone in the backcountry. It's actually my favorite part of the job. Those long, solitary hikes where it's just me and the landscape. Last Thursday started like any other day. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, made some coffee, packed my gear, and headed out for a routine patrol of the Lamar Valley. For those who don't know, Lamar is often called America's Serengeti because of all the wildlife. It's beautiful, remote, and vast. The morning was crisp, around 40 degrees, with that specific smell of sage and pine that fills the air up there. I remember feeling particularly good that day as I set off from the trailhead. The sky was clear, and I could see steam rising from some of the thermal features in the distance. I even spotted a small herd of bison grazing about half a mile off. Normal stuff for Yellowstone. I took the Northeast Trail, which winds through some pretty isolated territory. By 9 o'clock, I was about 11 miles from the nearest road. That's important to understand. 11 miles from civilization. No casual hikers come out this far. It's just wilderness, animals, and occasionally rangers like me doing our patrols. I'd stopped to take some notes on a patch of vegetation that seemed damaged by elk when I first felt something was off. The birds had gone quiet. If you spend enough time outdoors, you notice these things. The constant background noise of birds and insects just stopped. I remember checking my watch, 9:17, and feeling a sudden chill despite the sun being high enough to warm the day. I continued down the trail, more alert now. The silence was unnerving. Usually there's at least the sound of ravens or jays. Nothing, just my own footsteps on the path. That's when I saw it. Right in the middle of the dirt trail, perfectly centered, was a severed deer head, a doe to be exact. Her eyes were wide open, glassy, staring straight up at the sky. But what made my stomach turn wasn't just finding a severed head. We see animal remains all the time. It was how clean it was. The cut at the neck was perfectly smooth, like it had been done with a single, incredibly sharp implement. No jagged edges, no torn flesh, just a clean, surgical slice. And there was no blood, not a single drop on the trail or on the fur around the wound. That's not natural. When predators take down deer, it's messy. There's blood, scattered fur, signs of a struggle. This looked like it had been placed there. I instinctively reached for my camera and took several photos from different angles. The head was completely intact. No signs of scavenging, no insects, nothing. Even the eyes were untouched, which is bizarre because scavengers usually go for the soft tissues first. As I examined the area around the deer head, the wrongness of the situation became even more apparent. There were no tracks, no drag marks, nothing to indicate how this deer head had gotten there. The dirt around it was undisturbed, almost as if someone had carefully placed it there and then removed all evidence of their presence. I tried to radio back to headquarters, but Lamar Valley has notoriously bad reception in certain areas. My radio just gave me static. I checked my satellite phone as backup, but it was showing no signal either. Just my luck. I debated what to do. Part of me wanted to take the head as evidence, but our protocol is to document and leave wildlife remains unless there's suspected poaching. This definitely seemed suspicious, but I had no way to preserve it properly for an 11-mile hike back. After taking extensive photos and GPS coordinates, I decided to continue my patrol and report the finding when I got back to a communication point. For the next 3 hours, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest remained unnaturally quiet. No wildlife crossed my path, which is highly unusual for Yellowstone. Normally I'd see elk, maybe a fox, definitely plenty of small mammals and birds, but there was nothing. Around noon, I reached Miller Creek, where I finally got radio reception. I called it in to my supervisor, describing what I'd found. He sounded concerned and asked if I felt safe continuing alone. I said yes, though honestly, I wasn't sure. Something about the whole situation felt deeply wrong, but I couldn't explain why. I'm not the type to get spooked easily. You can't be in this job. But that deer head had gotten under my skin. My supervisor, Dan, said he'd send Ranger Peters to meet me the next morning to check out the site. I finished my patrol route and headed back to the ranger station. The image of that severed head burned into my mind. That night I barely slept. I kept seeing those glassy eyes, that unnaturally clean cut. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was poachers, though why they'd leave just the head, I couldn't figure out. Maybe it was some kind of sick prank, but who would hike 11 miles into the wilderness just to leave a deer head on a trail? None of it made sense. The next morning, Peters showed up at 6 a.m. He's been with the park for over 20 years and has seen just about everything. I showed him the photos on my camera, and even he looked troubled. Never seen anything like that, he admitted. Clean cut like that? No blood? Not natural? We headed back out, making good time on the trail. I felt better having company, but as we got closer to where I'd found the head, that sense of unease returned. The forest was no longer silent. Birds were singing, insects buzzing, but something still felt off. When we reached the exact spot, I had marked it carefully with GPS. My blood ran cold. The deer head was gone, completely gone. Not just moved or dragged away. There was no sign it had ever been there at all. No blood, no fur, nothing. Just the dirt trail, undisturbed. "You're sure this is the spot?" Peters asked, looking around. I checked my GPS again. Positive. This is exactly where it was. I showed him the photos on my camera again, holding them up to match the background landscape. Same trees, same rock formation in the distance. This was definitely the spot. Peters knelt down, examining the trail carefully. "No predator would clean up this thoroughly," he said quietly. "Even if something came and took the head, there'd be some trace. Drag marks, blood soaked into the dirt, something." We spent 2 hours searching the surrounding area in expanding circles. Nothing. Not a single trace of the deer, not even the rest of its body, which had to be somewhere. A deer doesn't just lose its head without the body being nearby, but we found absolutely nothing. I've been on search and rescue missions, tracked poachers, followed animal signs. I know how to find things in the wilderness, but this was like the deer head had simply vanished into thin air. "Maybe someone came and cleaned it up?" I suggested, not really believing it myself. Peters shook his head. "We'd see their tracks. And why would anyone hike all the way out here to remove a deer head they'd placed the day before? Makes no sense." As we made our way back to the trailhead, I felt increasingly unsettled. The only proof I hadn't imagined the whole thing was the photos on my camera. I kept checking them, reassuring myself that yes, I had seen what I'd seen. Peters tried to be rational. Could be poachers who got spooked when they heard you called it in. Maybe they monitored our radio frequencies. But that didn't explain the lack of evidence. No tracks, no blood, nothing. Back at headquarters, we filed a report. My photos were downloaded and examined. There was some discussion about possible poaching activity, but without the physical evidence, there wasn't much to go on. The photos clearly showed a cleanly severed deer head, but they couldn't tell us how it got there or where it went. It's been 5 days now. I've been back on duty, doing my regular patrols, but I've avoided that particular section of the Lamar Valley Trail. Yesterday, Dan asked if I wanted to take another ranger and check the area again. I said no. I can't explain why, but I feel like whatever left that deer head wanted me specifically to find it. The whole incident has left me questioning things I used to take for granted. I've seen bears tear apart carcasses, wolves bring down elk, all the brutal but natural cycles of predator and prey. This was different. This felt deliberate, calculated. At night, I still see those eyes staring up at the sky. I wonder if they saw what did this to her. I wonder if whatever it was is still out there in the park, watching, waiting. I don't have any answers, just the photos, my memory, and this growing sense that there are things in the wilderness we don't understand. Things that perhaps don't want to be understood. All I know is that I've been a ranger long enough to trust my instincts, and every instinct I have tells me that what happened with that deer head wasn't natural. And I can't shake the feeling that it was some kind of message, or worse, a warning. Story 5. I still get nervous walking through parking lots at night, especially during the holiday shopping season. I can't stop looking over my shoulder whenever I hear footsteps behind me. What happened to me 3 years ago completely changed how I see the world. I was working at Target as a cart attendant. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid decent money for a college student like me. The managers scheduled me for the Thanksgiving night, Black Friday shift, since I didn't have family nearby to celebrate with. It wasn't my first Black Friday, but it would definitely be my most memorable one. Our store in Ridgefield opened at 6 in the evening on Thanksgiving, which always felt wrong to me, but that's retail for you. Inside the store was absolute madness. People grabbing TVs, gaming consoles, whatever they could get their hands on. But outside in the parking lot where I was working, things were actually pretty chill. Most people were still inside fighting over doorbusters, and I was paired with Kevin, another cart guy, so we were keeping up with the abandoned carts pretty easily. Around 11 at night, Kevin went on break, leaving me to handle the lot alone. The initial rush had died down a bit, and the night had gotten cold, like breath visible, hands numb kind of cold. I was wearing my red Target jacket, but it wasn't nearly warm enough. I was pushing a train of about 8 carts from the far corner of the lot when I noticed something weird. This guy was pushing a single Target cart along the side of the building, heading toward the back. There's nothing over there. No parking spaces, no cart corrals, nothing. Just a blank wall and eventually the loading docks around back. At first, I thought maybe he was confused or something. Like sometimes elderly people get disoriented in big parking lots. But this guy didn't look confused or elderly. He was moving with purpose, checking over his shoulder every few seconds. He was wearing a dark hoodie pulled up despite being under the parking lot lights where anyone normal would want to be seen. I'm not sure why, but something just felt off. Instead of calling out to him, which would have been the normal thing to do, I decided to follow him. I left my train of carts near the entrance and walked toward where I'd seen him disappear around the corner. When I got to the edge of the building, I peeked around. The guy was about 50 yards ahead, still pushing the cart, now on the access road that runs behind the store. It's just a narrow service road for delivery trucks during the day, completely unlit at night. Between the road and the store is just a grassy area with a few pine trees, not somewhere customers ever go. I should have turned around right then. I should have gone inside and told security, but stupid curiosity got the better of me. I followed at a distance, trying to stay quiet. When the guy turned off the road and disappeared into the trees, I crept closer. I could hear voices now, not just his, but several people talking in low tones. I moved cautiously toward the sound until I could see what was happening in a small clearing among the trees. There were 2 pickup trucks parked there with their headlights off. 5 or 6 guys were standing around, and I saw 3 Target shopping carts. 3. They were unloading stuff from the carts into the beds of the trucks. I couldn't see exactly what, but the boxes looked like electronics. I froze, trying to process what I was seeing. I was so focused on staying quiet that I didn't notice a branch under my foot until I stepped on it and heard the loud snap echo through the trees. Everything went silent. Then one of the guys pointed directly at me and said, "Hey, come over here." His voice wasn't friendly. It was commanding, threatening. My heart started racing so fast I could feel it in my ears. "What are you guys doing back here?" I called out, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Just come over here, man," another one said, starting to walk toward me. "We just want to talk to you." When he took another step closer, I saw something in his hand catch the moonlight. I couldn't tell if it was a knife or just a phone, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. I turned and ran, like full-on sprinted back toward the store. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me and someone shouting, "Get him!" I've never run so fast in my life. My lungs were burning from the cold air, and I kept nearly slipping on patches of frost. I didn't look back until I reached the bright lights of the parking lot. When I did, I saw one guy standing at the edge of the darkness, just watching me. He didn't follow me into the lit area, but he made a slicing motion across his throat before backing away into the shadows. I ran straight to the store entrance, gasping for breath. My manager was near the door dealing with some customer complaint, and she looked at me like I was crazy when I grabbed her arm. "There's guys in the woods, stealing." I couldn't get a full sentence out between breaths. She called over Marcos, our security guard. I explained what I'd seen as clearly as I could, still trying to catch my breath. Marcos radioed another guard, and they both headed out to check, while my manager took me to the break room and got me some water. By the time I calmed down enough to go back out with Marcos to show him exactly where I'd seen the guys, they were gone. No trucks, no carts, no people. Just tire tracks in the mud and some cigarette butts. Marcos looked at me skeptically, like maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. "We'll check the cameras," he said, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting. The problem was, our security cameras don't cover that. Far behind the store, there's just one that shows the loading dock area, but not the wooded area beyond it. My manager asked if I wanted to go home early, but I said no, partly because I needed the money, and partly because I was honestly more scared of walking to my car alone in the dark parking lot than I was of staying inside the store with other people around. So I went back to collecting carts, but I stayed close to the entrance, completely avoiding the far edges of the lot. Kevin returned from his break, and I told him what happened. He believed me at least, and we stuck together for the rest of the shift. About an hour later, Kevin and I were bringing in a line of carts when I noticed a pickup truck idling right in front of the main entrance, in the fire lane where you're not supposed to park. It looked familiar, too familiar. It was one of the same trucks I'd seen behind the store. I froze, nudging Kevin and pointing at it. Before I could even explain, the automatic doors flew open and two guys came running out of the store. They were carrying armfuls of stuff, smartphones still in their security cases, tablets, headphones, and they didn't even slow down as they ran past us. "Hey!" Kevin yelled, but they ignored him, throwing everything into the back of the truck and jumping in. The truck peeled out with tires squealing, almost hitting a family crossing from the parking lot. The alarm started blaring inside the store. People were shouting. Marcos and another security guard came running out, but the truck was already turning onto the main road and disappearing. Everyone was in chaos for the next 30 minutes. Police showed up and took statements. When I told them about what I'd seen earlier behind the store, they actually listened. Unlike Marcos, who was now getting chewed out by the store manager for not taking my earlier report seriously. The cops told me these guys were probably part of an organized retail theft ring that targets big sales like Black Friday. They'd been hitting stores all over the county. The stuff behind the store wasn't from our target. They'd probably robbed somewhere else first, and were using our backlot as a meeting point to redistribute the stolen goods before coming back for more. The detective said if I'd walked up to them when they called me over, I might have been beaten up, or worse. They don't like witnesses. She said I was smart to run. I finished my shift at 7 in the morning, completely exhausted. The police offered to escort me to my car, which didn't exactly make me feel better about the situation. On my drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I was being followed. I almost quit my job that day, but ended up just requesting to never work nights again. My manager was understanding, probably worried I'd file some kind of complaint for not being taken seriously. The weirdest part came about a week later. I was working a regular afternoon shift when Marcos came up to me looking really uneasy. He showed me his phone with a news article about police busting a retail theft ring in the next county over. They'd recovered over $200,000 in stolen merchandise from various stores, including our target. The article had mugshots of the guys they'd arrested, and right there, staring back at me, was the face of the man who'd made that throat-slicing gesture at me in the parking lot. I still work at Target, but I'm in electronics now, safely inside, and I always park under the brightest light in the lot. Sometimes when I walk past the tree line behind our store during daylight hours, I get this cold feeling washing over me. I can't help but think about how differently things could have gone if I'd been a little less cautious, a little more trusting. So, if you're ever working retail during the holidays and something seems off, trust your gut. Don't be the curious idiot who follows suspicious people into dark areas. I got lucky. The next person might not. Bear. Story 6. I've been debating whether to share this for months. Even typing it out now, my hands are shaking a bit. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts, or at least I wasn't before I took the ranger position at Bayview Park. When I tell people where I work, they usually say something like, "Oh, that beautiful historic site with all the old buildings." What they don't know is what happens there when visitors leave. I'd been a state park ranger for almost 7 years before transferring to Bayview. I needed a change after working at mostly wilderness parks, and the historic aspect appealed to me. Plus, the pay was better. During my interview, the park manager mentioned in passing that some staff found the place a bit spooky at times, but I didn't think much of it. Old buildings creak, shadows play tricks on you, nothing I couldn't handle. My first day, a Thursday in early October, started normally enough. The park contained 13 original buildings from what was once a religious community, or cult depending on who you ask, that had occupied the land from the 1880s until the 1950s. At its peak, there had been over 100 structures and about 300 residents. The brochures called them spiritual seekers, but from what I gathered during orientation, their practices were pretty bizarre. Margaret, an older volunteer who'd been giving tours for 20 years, showed me around. She knew everything about the place, dates, names, who lived where, what they believed. For the first hour, I was genuinely interested as we visited the old community hall, the printing house where they made their publications, and several residences. Then we got to the bakery. The first floor seemed ordinary. A large room with ancient ovens, mixing tables and displays showing how they made bread for the entire community. But when we started up the narrow wooden staircase to the second floor where the bakers had lived, something happened to me. About halfway up, I felt a pressure bearing down on me, like when you dive too deep underwater. My chest tightened and I broke out in a cold sweat. Every instinct screamed at me not to go any further. I stopped abruptly. "Do we have to go up there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Margaret turned around, clearly annoyed. "It's part of the tour route," she said, giving me a look that made me feel about 2 inches tall. "Don't tell me you're one of those people who believe in ghosts." I forced a laugh and followed her, but the feeling didn't subside. If anything, it got worse. The upstairs was just a couple of small bedrooms with period furniture, but I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced someone was standing right behind me. The rest of the orientation went like this, normal in some buildings, unbearably tense in others. By the end of the day, I was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion. I told myself it was just first-day jitters combined with my imagination running wild after hearing about the community's strange history. Fast forward 2 weeks. I'd settled into my routine, which included opening up the buildings each morning before the park opened to visitors at 9. This meant arriving at 6:30, making rounds, unlocking doors, and disarming security systems. Most days, I was entirely alone on the grounds until around 8 when other staff began arriving. That morning was foggy, the kind of dense fog that muffles sound and makes familiar landscapes seem alien. I'd gone through my checklist. Community hall, check. Printing house, check. Dining hall, check. The next building was the founder's home, the largest and oldest structure in the park. The founder's home was a 3-story Victorian mansion where the leader of the community had lived with his 3 spiritual wives. Yeah, exactly what it sounds like. The security system was old and finicky. You had exactly 45 seconds after unlocking the door to punch in the disarm code on a keypad in the front hallway before the alarm would sound. I unlocked the heavy front door, pushed it open, and rushed to the keypad, my flashlight beam bouncing across the darkened entryway. I punched in the code, heard the confirmation beep, and then, as I looked up, my flashlight illuminated something standing at the base of the grand staircase. It was human-shaped, but wrong. Like a 3-dimensional shadow with no features, no face, no clothes, just a dark, humanoid form. I froze completely, my flashlight beam fixed on it. For 3 or 4 seconds, which felt like hours, neither of us moved. Then it did the most terrifying thing. It turned and ran up the staircase. Not like a person runs. It moved too fast, like someone had hit fast forward on a video. In less than a second, it was gone. I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were filled with cement. My breath came in short, painful gasps. The air around me had turned ice cold. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face, even though it had been fairly mild outside. Finally, survival instinct kicked in. I backed toward the door, too afraid to turn my back on the staircase. When my hand found the doorknob, I spun around, yanked it open, and ran. I didn't stop until I was back in my truck, doors locked, engine running. I sat there shaking for at least 10 minutes. My mind raced through explanations. A homeless person who'd broken in, but how did they move so fast? A trick of the light, but I saw it clearly. My imagination, but it felt too real. Finally, I picked up my radio. "James, this is Eliza," I said, trying to steady my voice. James was the senior ranger on duty that morning, based at the ranger station about half a mile from the historic area. "Go ahead, Eliza," he replied. "I'm running a bit behind on opening procedures. I'll be at the station in about 15 minutes. I couldn't bring myself to say what happened. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yes, just got delayed. See you soon." I drove to the ranger station, half expecting to be chewed out for not completing my duties. Instead, when I walked in, James took one look at my face and said, "You saw something, didn't you?" I collapsed into a chair. "What are you talking about?" He sat down across from me. "Eliza, I've worked here for 19 years. I know that look. What building were you in?" "The founder's home," I whispered. "There was something on the staircase." James nodded like this was perfectly normal information. "The Shadow Man. He's one of our regulars." I stared at him. "What?" "I wanted you to form your own impressions before I said anything. About half the staff has had experiences here. We don't talk about it with visitors, obviously, and we don't pressure new staff who haven't seen anything. Some never do." I felt a mix of relief and terror. Relief that I wasn't losing my mind. Terror that what I'd seen was real enough that others had experienced it too. What is it?" I asked. "Honestly, no idea. Some think it's the founder himself. Others say it's something that was here long before the community arrived. All I know is that it's been seen in that spot dozens of times over the years." That conversation opened the floodgates. Over the next few days, other staff members shared their experiences when they realized I'd joined the club. The maintenance supervisor had heard children laughing in the schoolhouse when it was empty. A seasonal ranger had seen a woman in period clothing vanish through a wall in the infirmary. The gift shop manager regularly found merchandise rearranged in the morning, despite the alarm system being armed all night. I ended up working at Bayview for 5 more years. During that time, I had at least a dozen more unexplainable experiences. I saw the Shadow Man 3 more times, always in the founder's home, always moving impossibly fast. Once, while locking up the printing house, all the equipment suddenly sprang to life, presses moving, paper flying, then stopped just as abruptly. During a particularly quiet winter afternoon, I distinctly heard a choir singing in the community hall, though I was the only person in the building. The incident that finally convinced me something truly paranormal was happening came during my 3rd year. I was conducting a night security check with another ranger named Chris. We were in the dining hall when a large cast iron pot flew across the kitchen and slammed into the wall near Chris's head. There was no way it could have fallen naturally in that direction, and it missed him by inches. We both saw it happen. We both ran out. The next day, we found a small newspaper clipping from 1923 tucked into Chris's jacket pocket. a story about a community member who had died in a kitchen accident. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual, but those 5 years at Bayview Park convinced me that something exists beyond our normal understanding. Over time, I became less afraid and more fascinated by the phenomena. Well, mostly less afraid. The shadow man still made my skin crawl every time. What was strangest to me was how routine it all became. We'd be having a staff meeting, and someone would matter-of-factly mention, "The sewing room's acting up again, items moving around overnight," and everyone would nod like they were discussing a leaky faucet. New staff either saw something and stayed, or didn't, and usually transferred out within a year, claiming the isolated location wasn't for them. When visitors sometimes asked if the park was haunted, as people inevitably do at historic sites, we had a standard response. There are certainly many stories about unexplained occurrences here. Not a confirmation, not a denial. Those of us who knew would exchange glances while saying it. I eventually left Bayview for a promotion at another park. On my last night, after my goodbye party, I went alone to the founder's home and stood at the bottom of that grand staircase. "I know you're here," I said aloud, feeling only slightly ridiculous. "I'm leaving tomorrow. I just wanted to say, I don't know what you are or why you're still here, but this is your home, not mine. I've respected that." Nothing happened, of course. I waited a few minutes, then turned to leave. As I reached for the doorknob, the air behind me turned ice cold. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew he was there, watching me go. Sometimes I wonder if what we experienced were actually ghosts in the traditional sense, or something else entirely. Echoes of the past somehow imprinted on that location, or manifestations created by the intense beliefs of the community members who lived there. I don't have answers. I just know what I saw, what I felt, what I experienced. I still can't explain the shadow man. Maybe some things aren't meant to be explained. Story 7. I've been debating for weeks whether to post this. Even typing it out makes my palms sweat. But I need to tell someone. Maybe one of you has experienced something similar or has an explanation that actually makes sense. This happened about 3 months ago when my buddy Andre and I decided to hike the Lost Coast Trail. We've been hiking buddies for years, nothing serious, just weekend warriors blowing off steam from our office jobs. Andre works in IT, and I'm in marketing, so we're both chained to our desks all week. Our hikes were sacred, a chance to disconnect and just exist in nature for a while. That morning started like any other hike. We met at Andre's place around 7 in the morning. He had his beat-up Toyota 4Runner packed with our gear. We grabbed coffee at the gas station on the way out of town. Andre always gets his black while I dump in enough cream and sugar to make it. Barely resemble coffee anymore. He teased me about it like he always does. The drive to the trailhead took about an hour and a half. We were in good spirits, windows down, talking shit about our bosses, and playing Andre's terrible country music. I remember feeling so damn good that morning. That specific kind of good, where you're just happy to be alive and breathing fresh air. We reached the trailhead around 9. There were only 2 other cars in the lot, which wasn't unusual for a weekday. The Lost Coast isn't exactly a tourist hotspot, which is why we loved it. The trail runs along this rugged stretch of Northern California coastline that's too wild to build highways on. You get these amazing views where the mountains practically crash into the ocean. The weather was perfect, clear blue skies, about 65 degrees, with just enough breeze to keep you from overheating. We shouldered our packs and hit the trail, planning to do about 12 miles round trip. We weren't camping overnight, just a day hike to one of the outlook points and back. For the first few hours, everything was completely normal. We hiked at a decent pace, stopping occasionally to chug water or take photos of particularly nice views. Andre was telling me about this new woman he'd been seeing, and I was filling him in on my latest dating app disasters. Just normal guy talk, laughing and busting each other's balls. By around noon, we'd covered about 6 miles. My knees were starting to complain a bit. I'd twisted my left one playing basketball the month before, and it still acted up on longer hikes. We spotted this perfect clearing just off the trail, with this flat, smooth rock that looked like nature's perfect bench. We decided it was an ideal spot for lunch. The clearing was maybe 30 feet across, surrounded by these tall redwoods and Douglas firs. The canopy opened up right above us, giving us this perfect view of the sky while we sat on the rock. I pulled out my phone to check where. We were on the trail map while Andre dug into his pack for our sandwiches. That's when it happened. 1 second, we were sitting in bright sunshine, and the next, darkness. Complete sudden darkness swept over us like someone had flipped a switch. But it wasn't like a cloud passing overhead. It was a distinct shadow, moving fast and deliberate. The entire clearing went dark for maybe 2 or 3 seconds. My first instinct was to look up, which I did. Andre did the same thing, but there was nothing there, just that same perfect blue sky we'd been enjoying all morning. No clouds, no birds, no planes, nothing that could have possibly cast a shadow that large, that defined, and that quickly. The shadow had passed over us from east to west, but whatever cast it simply wasn't there. It made no sense. A commercial airliner would have been visible. Even a military jet would have made noise. This was completely silent and impossibly large, like something the size of a football field had just sailed overhead without leaving a trace. I remember making eye contact with Andre, and his face reflected exactly what I was feeling. Complete confusion mixed with the first twinges of fear. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, which seemed weird at the time. Why was he whispering? But looking back, it made perfect sense. Something about what had happened demanded quiet. Before I could answer, this cold breeze hit us. And when I say cold, I don't mean a little chilly. I mean bone-deep Arctic cold that cut right through my hiking jacket. It swept through the clearing in the same direction as the shadow had moved, rustling the trees and kicking up dust and leaves. But the weird thing was how intentional it felt. Like the wind had purpose, like it was chasing something. Then the forest went dead silent. I grew up in rural areas and spent plenty of time outdoors, so I know what normal forest sounds are like. There's always something. Birds calling, insects buzzing, leaves rustling. But in that moment, there was absolute nothing. It felt like we were suddenly in a vacuum, or like every living thing around us was holding its breath. I don't know how long we sat there frozen. Maybe 30 seconds? A minute? It felt like an eternity. I remember noticing the hair on my arms standing straight up, and it wasn't just from the cold. Andre broke the silence first. "We should go back," he said, still keeping his voice low. I didn't argue. Without a word, we packed up our stuff. We hadn't even eaten our lunch. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my water bottle twice, trying to get it into the side pocket of my backpack. We didn't even discuss it. We both just instinctively knew we needed to get back to the trailhead as quickly as possible. And we didn't want to backtrack on the same trail we'd come in on, which would have been the logical route. Instead, Andre pointed to a gap in the trees that seemed to head in the general direction of the parking lot. If we cut through here, we can probably shave off a couple miles, he said. I nodded, even though under normal circumstances, I would have objected to going off trail. It's not great for the environment, and it's easy to get lost. But in that moment, the shortest route back to civilization seemed like the only option. As we pushed through the underbrush, I kept looking up at the sky. Every few steps, my eyes would dart upward, searching for something, anything that could explain what we'd experienced. Andre was doing the same thing. We'd take a few steps, then both glance up almost in unison, then continue. The trek back was nerve-wracking. Every sound made us jump. A branch snapping under my boot nearly gave me a heart attack. At one point, the wind picked up again, rustling the canopy above us, and Andre actually yelped out loud. We were like two scared kids running from the boogeyman. We didn't talk much on the way back, just occasional directions. Watch that route, or there's a drop-off there. It was like we were afraid that talking about what happened would somehow make it more real, or maybe attract whatever had cast that shadow back to us. The trip back to the trailhead took us maybe an hour and a half, which was record time considering the terrain. When we finally broke through the trees and saw Andre's 4Runner sitting in the parking lot, I almost cried with relief. We threw our packs in the back and jumped in. Andre fumbled with his keys, dropping them once before getting them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and he cranked the heat up even though it wasn't actually that cold outside anymore. As we pulled out of the lot, Andre finally tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just a big bird, he said, staring straight ahead at the road, like a hawk or an eagle flying really low. Shadows can look bigger than they actually are, especially in clearings like that. I nodded along, desperate to believe this explanation. Yeah, probably, I agreed. And the wind was just a normal weather pattern. We just got spooked. But we both knew we were bullshitting ourselves. No bird on Earth could cast a shadow that covered an entire clearing. The shadow we saw was solid, substantial, and moved with this unnatural smoothness that I still can't properly describe. And that wind, that targeted, freezing wind that came right after, that wasn't normal. None of it was normal. The drive back to town was mostly silent, except for the radio playing softly in the background. Andre had put on his usual country station, but neither of us sang along like we usually did. I kept replaying the moment in my head, trying to find some rational explanation. When we got back to my place, there was no post-hike beer on my porch, no rehashing the day's adventure like we usually did. Andre just pulled up to my driveway, and I got out with a quick, "See you later, man." He nodded and drove off before I even reached my front door. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing that shadow moving over us, feeling that cold wind. I got up around 3 in the morning and started searching online. I typed in things like unexplained shadow phenomenon and moving shadows with no source. Most of what came up was either supernatural ghost stories or scientific explanations about cloud formations and atmospheric anomalies. Nothing matched what we'd experienced. I went down a rabbit hole of UFO sightings, cryptid encounters, and government experiment theories. Some came close. There were accounts of hikers seeing strange shadows in national parks, people experiencing unexplained cold spots in forests, but nothing exactly matched our experience. Andre and I have only hung out twice since that day, and we've never gone hiking again. We met for beers once, and another time for a basketball game, but there's this unspoken thing between us now. This shared secret that we never discuss but can't forget. Our friendship hasn't ended, but it's changed fundamentally. I still hike occasionally, but never alone, and never on the Lost Coast Trail. I can't bring myself to go back there. Sometimes when the wind picks up suddenly or a cloud passes overhead, I find myself holding my breath, waiting to see if the world will go dark again. I don't know what moved over us that day. I don't know if it was something physical that somehow remained invisible to us, or something more unexplainable. All I know is that somewhere out there, something massive enough to blot out the sun is moving through our skies, unseen and unknown. And sometimes, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you might catch its shadow as it passes overhead. I still look up at the sky more than I should, waiting, wondering if I'll ever see it again, or worse, if it's seeing me. Story 8. I never told anyone the full story about what happened at that school. It's been over 30 years now, but I still get a sick feeling in my stomach when I smell chlorine or hear wasps buzzing. I was 12 years old, attending this fancy charter school in rural England that my parents had scraped together the money for, thinking it would give me better opportunities than the local comprehensive. The school was this massive old stone mansion from the Victorian era, all creaking floorboards and drafty corridors surrounded by thick woods that seemed to press in on all sides. In retrospect, it was the perfect setting for something terrible to happen. Isolated, imposing, full of places where you could disappear. Mrs. Howe ran the place with an iron fist. She was this thin, severe woman with her hair always pulled back so tightly it looked painful, wearing those awful power suits that were popular back then. She reminded everyone of Margaret Thatcher, and she knew it too. I think she cultivated the resemblance. Her husband, Mr. Howe, was supposedly a teacher, but even as a kid I could tell something was off about him. He was tall and stooped, with these watery blue eyes that never quite focused on what he was looking at. He taught geography, but mostly showed us videos while he sat at his desk doing paperwork. I later found out he didn't have any teaching qualifications at all. None. Zero. They were just running this whole operation as some kind of money-making scheme. It was my second year at the school when they reopened the swimming pool. It had been closed my first year for renovations, though when it reopened, I couldn't spot any actual improvements. The pool itself was this strange, almost kidney-shaped thing nestled in a clearing in the woods. The water was always a bit too cold and had this greenish tint that Mrs. Howe insisted was from natural minerals. The changing rooms were these ancient wooden shacks on either side, boys on the left, girls on the right. The wood was rotting in places, and there were gaps in the walls where the planks had warped or fallen away. One of the school's weirder policies was that no doors were allowed to be locked. Anywhere. Mrs. Howe would go on and on about how some kid had gotten trapped in a bathroom years ago and nearly died of dehydration before they found him. So all the bathroom stalls had these pathetic little sliding latches that didn't actually secure anything, and we were constantly reminded never to lock doors. The only exceptions were the main entrance to the school and the Howe's private quarters. I didn't think much about their family until their son Dom showed up. He was in his early 20s, I guess, just back from university where he'd apparently flunked out. Mrs. Howe told us during assembly that Dom would be helping around the school while he found his path. He was tall like his father, but bulkier, with this perpetual 5 o'clock shadow and heavy eyebrows that made him look angry all the time. From day one, Dom was just off. He'd appear in doorways watching classes, or I'd spot him standing at the edge of the playground during break, just staring at us kids. Sometimes he'd try to join in games with the younger ones, but in this awkward way that made everyone uncomfortable. The teachers never said anything about it. I guess they were too afraid of Mrs. Howe. It was a scorching day in June when it happened, the kind of unexpectedly hot English summer day that feels like you're walking through soup. Our class had swimming last period, which everyone was excited about. I remember changing into my trunks in the boys' shack, taking my time because I was enjoying the relative cool of the shade. Everyone else had rushed out to the pool, and I was alone, just pulling my shirt over my head, when I heard the door open and close behind me. I turned around, and there was Dom. He was wearing these weird short shorts and a polo shirt with the school crest, like he was pretending to be a teacher or coach. But what hit me first was the click. He'd locked the door behind him. "Taking your time, aren't you, Ben?" he said, using my name in this overly familiar way that made my skin crawl. I remember noticing how his pupils were dilated, even though it was dim in there. "Just finishing up," I mumbled, grabbing my towel and trying to cover myself a bit. I was a shy kid, always the last to change for PE, always using the toilet stalls instead of urinals. Having someone watching me change made me want to disappear. Dom moved closer, leaning against the wooden bench where I'd put my clothes. "You're one of the clever ones, aren't you? Mom's always going on about your test scores." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded and tried to edge toward the door. That's when he stepped into my path. "No rush," he said, putting his hands on my bare shoulders. His palms were clammy, and his fingers dug in just a little too hard. "I wanted to talk to you about maybe helping you with some extra studies. Mom thinks you have potential." I tried to step back, but he tightened his grip. I could smell something sour on his breath, like beer or something stronger. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. "I should get to class," I said, my voice coming out all squeaky. "They'll wonder where I am." Dom's face changed then, his fake friendly smile hardening into something else. "They know you're with me. It's fine." I panicked and twisted away from him, stumbling backward until I hit the bench hard. A splinter from the rough wood jabbed into my thigh, and I yelped in pain. Dom's expression darkened, and he lunged forward, grabbing my arm so roughly I knew it would bruise. "Don't be difficult," he hissed, his face inches from mine. "I'm trying to help you." I was properly scared now, trying to pull away while he gripped my arm. We were struggling, and I was pushing against him when his elbow hit the low ceiling of the changing room. There was a dull thud, followed by an angry buzzing sound that seemed to fill the whole space in an instant. We both looked up, and there it was, a massive paper wasp nest that had been hidden in the rafters. It was breaking loose now, chunks of it falling around us as a cloud of furious wasps emerged. Dom let go of me immediately, his face contorted with fear. The wasps seemed to descend on him like they knew exactly who had disturbed their home. Maybe it was because he was bigger, or maybe they sensed his sweat or the alcohol on his breath. Whatever the reason, they swarmed him while largely ignoring me. Just one stung me on the back of my calf as I pressed myself against the wall. Dom was screaming now, swatting wildly at the air around him. He fumbled with the lock, his fingers slipping in panic before he finally wrenched the door open and stumbled out. I could hear him screaming all the way to the main building, the sound eventually fading as wasps continued to buzz angrily around the changing room. I stayed frozen against the wall for what felt like forever but was probably just a minute or two. When I finally dared to move, I grabbed my clothes and ran out, pulling my t-shirt on as I sprinted to the pool where the rest of my class was obliviously splashing around. Mrs. Atkins, our swim teacher, just glared at me for being late, and made me sit out for the first 10 minutes as punishment. I never told anyone what happened. Not Mrs. Atkins, not my parents, not even my friends. I was too confused, too embarrassed, and honestly, too afraid of not being believed. Dom was the headmistress's son after all. Who would take my word over his? The sting on my leg swelled up and itched for days, but it was nothing compared to what happened to Dom. I heard from other kids that he'd been stung dozens of times and had to go to hospital because he had some kind of allergic reaction. He didn't come back to the school for the rest of that term. 2 weeks after the incident, I overheard my parents arguing late at night. My mother wanted to pull me out of the school. She'd noticed how I'd become withdrawn, how I was having nightmares and making excuses not to go to swimming. My father thought she was overreacting, that changing schools would disrupt my education. But in the end, she won, and they told me I'd be starting at a new school after the summer holidays. I was so relieved I almost cried, but I still never told them why. It was years later, when I was in university myself, that I learned the truth about the Howes. I was home for Christmas and ran into Mrs. Pemberton, my old English teacher from the local comprehensive. She asked how I'd fared after leaving that dreadful Howe place, and then filled me in on what had happened after I left. Apparently, Mr. Howe had been embezzling money from the school for years. He wasn't just unqualified, he was actively stealing funds meant for educational resources. The school had been shut down abruptly in the middle of a term when the authorities finally caught up with him. Mrs. Howe had claimed ignorance, but most people believed she was in on it too. And Dom? Mrs. Pemberton lowered her voice when she told me this part. He'd been arrested for child abuse. He'd moved in with some woman who had 2 young kids and, well, she didn't go into details, but I could fill in the blanks. He was in prison now, she said, and good riddance. I felt sick hearing this, physically ill. All these years later, I finally understood what might have happened to me in that changing room if those wasps hadn't intervened. I'd had nightmares about that day for years, but they'd always focused on the wasps, the fear of being stung. Now I realized the real monster wasn't the wasps at all. I'm 39 now, with children of my own. I've never told them this story, but I'm hypervigilant about their safety in ways my wife sometimes thinks are excessive. I check and double-check the backgrounds of their teachers, their friends' parents, anyone who might be alone with them. I never let them go to swimming lessons without watching from the sidelines. Sometimes I wonder if there were other kids at that school who weren't as lucky as I was. Kids who didn't have a wasp nest to save them, or parents observant enough to notice something was wrong. I wonder if I should have spoken up, if it might have prevented what happened later with those other children. But I was just 12, and to this day, whenever I hear that distinctive angry buzz, I don't feel fear anymore. Instead, there's this strange sense of gratitude. Those wasps might have saved my life, or at least saved me from becoming another one of Dom's victims, just another statistic, another damaged child in his wake. It's the strangest thing to be thankful for, but there it is. I still can't go near swimming pools without breaking into a cold sweat, though. Some fears, it seems, never fully leave you. Story 9. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking a bit. I guess I need to get this off my chest after all these years. This happened back in 1974 when I was a 20-year-old college student at BYU. I'd been set up on a blind date with a guy named Mike by my roommate. He seemed nice enough, tall with dark hair, studying engineering. and with a quiet confidence that I found attractive. Our first date was nothing special. Dinner at a local diner and then ice cream afterward. It was pleasant, but sort of ordinary, until Mike suggested something that wasn't ordinary at all. "Want to go for a drive? Maybe a little hike in the canyon?" he asked, checking his watch. "I know it's already after 10, but the night is so clear." I hesitated. A midnight hike with a guy I barely knew. But something about his easygoing manner made me feel safe, and I've always been the adventurous type. Plus, I was trying to break out of my shell that semester. "Sure, why not?" I said, ignoring the little voice in my head that thought maybe this wasn't the smartest idea. We drove his beaten-up Chevy pickup toward Provo Canyon. The radio played softly, some Eagles song I can't remember now, while we chatted about classes and our families. As we left the streetlights of town behind, the darkness started closing in. The mountains were just massive shadows against the star-filled sky. I remember feeling a slight uneasiness as we turned onto the canyon road. The headlights cut through the pitch-black night, illuminating the narrow, winding road and occasionally reflecting off the eyes of some animal in the underbrush. "You come up here often?" I asked, trying to mask my growing nervousness. "Yeah, I like to hike during the day. There's a trail about 5 miles up that's not too difficult." He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. "Don't worry, I know my way around." We drove deeper into the canyon. No other cars passed us. The radio started to crackle with static, so Mike turned it off. The silence was heavy, broken only by the rumble of the truck's engine and the crunch of gravel when we finally pulled over at what Mike said was the trailhead. When he cut the engine, complete darkness enveloped us. I'd never experienced darkness like that before, so absolute that I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. The only light came from the millions of stars overhead, but they didn't penetrate the shadows under the trees. "I brought a flashlight," Mike said, opening the glove compartment. He pulled out a small flashlight, the kind that fits in your palm. It seemed woefully inadequate for the vast darkness surrounding us. We got out of the truck, and the chill night air hit me immediately. I hadn't dressed for hiking, just jeans and a light jacket over my blouse. Mike came around to my side of the truck, his face barely visible in the starlight. "You still up for this?" he asked. Part of me wanted to say no, to ask him to take me back to campus. But I didn't want to seem like a scared little girl. "Yeah, let's go," I replied, forcing enthusiasm into my voice. The trail was narrow, barely wide enough for us to walk side by side. Steep rock faces rose on one side, while the other dropped off into darkness. Mike didn't turn on the flashlight at first, saying our eyes would adjust better to the darkness without it. The initial fear gave way to a sort of exhilaration. There was something undeniably romantic about being alone under the stars, the outline of the mountains surrounding us. Mike's hand occasionally brushed against mine, and we shared those awkward first-date laughs and stories. But as we ventured further from the road, something changed. The relaxed atmosphere gradually shifted. I noticed Mike was scanning the path ahead more intently. His casual demeanor had given way to alertness that made me nervous. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Yeah, just making sure we don't trip on anything," he replied quickly. Too quickly, I thought. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone out there. Every rustle in the underbrush, every whisper of wind through the pine trees made me jump slightly. Mike must have felt it too, because he walked closer to me, our shoulders almost touching. "Maybe we should head back soon," I suggested, trying to sound casual. "Just a little further," he said. "There's a spot where you can see the whole valley." We continued in silence for a few more minutes. The trail narrowed even more and began to slope upward. Overhead, the branches of trees formed a canopy that blocked out most of the starlight. The darkness became oppressive, almost solid. Mike finally turned on his flashlight. The weak beam barely illuminated the ground a few feet ahead. I could see our breath in the cold air when it caught the light. Suddenly, Mike stopped walking. I was so lost in my thoughts that I almost bumped into him. "What is it?" I whispered, not sure why I was whispering. He didn't answer immediately. He was staring at something on the ground, something the flashlight beam had caught. I couldn't make it out clearly, just a strange lump in the middle of the path that didn't look like the rocks and branches we'd been stepping over. Mike moved the flashlight beam slightly, and we looked at each other. I'll never forget the expression on his face, a mixture of confusion and dawning horror that I'm sure mirrored my own. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. Something was horribly wrong. Without saying a word, Mike turned off the flashlight and grabbed my hand. We turned around and started walking back the way we came. Quickly at first, then faster until we were almost running. I stumbled several times in the darkness, but Mike's grip kept me upright. My heart was hammering in my chest, and my breath came in quick gasps that had nothing to do with exertion. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified in my heightened state of fear. When we finally reached his truck, Mike fumbled with the keys. I jumped at every sound from the surrounding forest. We got in, and he started the engine immediately, turning the truck around so quickly that the tires spun on the gravel. The drive back to town passed in silence. Neither of us mentioned what had happened, or what we thought had happened. It was like we'd made a silent agreement not to acknowledge it. By the time we reached the streetlights of Provo, I'd almost convinced myself that we'd overreacted, that it was just a fallen branch or maybe a sleeping animal. Mike walked me to my dorm room door, and we stood there awkwardly for a moment. "I had a nice time," he said finally, which seemed so absurd given what had just happened that I almost laughed. "Me too," I replied automatically. "Can I call you?" he asked. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that indistinct shape on the trail and Mike's face in the dim flashlight beam. But life went on. Mike did call, and we went on more dates. Always in town, never again suggesting a hike in the canyon. We never talked about what happened that night. 2 years later, we got married. We built a life together, had children, and moved to Colorado for Mike's job. The memory of that night faded, buried under the weight of everyday life, until the night in 1989 when we were watching television together. It was a documentary about Ted Bundy, who had been executed earlier that year. We'd been half watching, not really paying attention until a segment came on about Bundy's time in Utah. The interviewer asked Bundy about one of his victims in Provo Canyon. Bundy, with that chilling calm he was known for, described how he'd almost been caught when hikers came upon a body he'd just hidden. "They came so close," Bundy said in the interview. "The man practically stepped on her. I was hiding just off the trail, watching. I thought for sure they'd seen her, but then they just turned around and left. I never understood why." Mike and I stared at each other, the blood draining from both our faces. The timeline matched, the location matched. It couldn't be coincidence. "It was us," Mike whispered, his voice cracking. "We were those hikers." I felt sick, physically, violently sick. I rushed to the bathroom and threw up. When I came back, Mike was sitting exactly where I'd left him, staring at the now dark TV screen. "We should have done something," I said, collapsing next to him. "We should have gone for help." "We didn't know," Mike replied. "We couldn't have known." But that didn't help. The knowledge that we had been mere steps away from a serial killer, that we had almost stumbled upon one of his victims and had done nothing, haunted us. The guilt was overwhelming. How many more women died because we didn't investigate further? Could we have stopped him if we'd gone to the police that night? For years afterward, I had nightmares about what might have been under that flashlight beam. Sometimes I dreamed it was a young woman with pleading eyes, silently begging us to help her. Other times, in the worst dreams, I'd see Bundy himself, watching us from the trees, waiting for us to leave so he could continue his horrible work. Mike and I stayed together, but that night changed us. There was a period where we couldn't look at each other without thinking of what we'd almost discovered, what we might have prevented. We've never been back to Utah. We've never gone hiking at night again. I still don't know why we turned around that night. Something primal, some instinct for self-preservation perhaps, made us flee instead of investigating. Maybe it saved our lives. Maybe if we'd looked closer, we would have become Bundy's next victims. Or maybe we could have saved someone. That's the thought I can't escape, even now, all these years later. I'm sharing this now because I can't keep it inside anymore. The weight of it has pressed on me for decades. I'm not looking for absolution or understanding. I just needed to finally tell someone what happened that night in Provo Canyon. Story 10. I still can't sleep properly after what happened last week at Craghorn. 7 days later, and I'm sitting here at 3 a.m. with all the lights on in my apartment, typing this out because I need someone, anyone, to hear this. Maybe writing it down will help me process it. I don't know anymore. I've been a park ranger at Craghorn Desert Park for almost 5 years now. Most people think being a ranger is all wildlife encounters and helping lost hikers find their way back to the trailhead. And yeah, that's part of it. But there's a darker side to the job that nobody talks about. The side where remote wilderness becomes a destination for people who don't plan on coming back. Last Thursday started like any ordinary shift. I arrived at the station around 6 a.m, coffee in hand, ready to check the day's assignments with my colleague Parker. We'd been partners for about 3 years, and he's one of the good ones. Reliable, doesn't panic, knows when to joke and when to be serious. The station was quiet that morning. Just the usual chatter on the radio, reports about trail conditions, nothing out of the ordinary. I remember thinking it would be an easy day. Maybe catch up on some paperwork, do a routine patrol of the eastern trails. Parker was messing with the ancient coffee machine, cursing under his breath about budget cuts and how we couldn't even get decent equipment. Then the call came in. I was at my desk when dispatch radioed through about a possible 10:56 near the northwest boundary. That's our code for a suicide attempt. My stomach dropped immediately. This wasn't my first call like this, but they never get easier. According to dispatch, a hiker had spotted a man with a gun walking deep into restricted territory, looking not right. The hiker had the sense to back away and call emergency services. Parker and I exchanged a look. We both knew what this meant. Craghorn's remote sections have become something of a destination for people in their darkest moments. The vastness of the desert, the isolation, it attracts those who don't want to be found. Coordinates are coming through, I told Parker, scribbling them down on a notepad. It's way out in section 12, near the old mining trails. That's at least 30 minutes from here, even with the lights on, Parker said, already grabbing his gear. I'll get the med kit. I radioed back to confirm we were responding, and dispatch mentioned that they'd also alerted another ranger unit that was potentially closer to the location. As we rushed to our vehicle, I felt that familiar churning in my gut, that mix of adrenaline and dread that comes with these calls. The drive out was tense. Parker kept checking the GPS while I pushed our truck as fast as I safely could across the rough desert terrain. The morning sun was harsh, turning everything into a bleached-out landscape of rocks and scrub. The dust kicked up behind us as we followed barely there service roads toward the coordinates. "You okay, Ellie?" Parker asked about halfway there. He knew these calls hit me hard. "I'm fine," I lied, just hoping we're not too late this time. 2 months earlier, we'd responded to a similar situation, but arrived to find a man who had already been dead for hours. I still see his face sometimes when I close my eyes. As we approached the coordinates, I spotted another ranger vehicle already parked near a cluster of large boulders. My initial reaction was relief. Backup was already here. Maybe they'd managed to talk the person down. Maybe this would have a happy ending. But then I saw the body language of the rangers standing around the vehicle, shoulders slumped, heads down, static movements, and that eerie stillness that only comes when something terrible has happened. Parker noticed it too. "Shit," he muttered as we pulled up beside them. We got out of our truck and I recognized Sarah Blackwood, a ranger from the Eastern Division. I'd worked with her a few times during training exercises. Her face was ashen, and she didn't quite meet my eyes as we approached. "Sarah," I said, my voice sounding strangely hollow in the desert air. "What's the situation?" She took a deep breath before answering, and I already knew what she was going to say. "He's gone," she said quietly. "Shot himself about 20 minutes before we got here." The words hung in the air, heavy and final. I felt my shoulders sag. "Where is he?" Parker asked, looking around. Sarah pointed toward a rocky outcropping about 50 yards away. "Behind those rocks. He didn't die immediately. There's a blood trail. He staggered away and collapsed behind the formation." I looked where she was pointing and noticed the dark stains on the sand leading away from where we stood. My stomach turned. "Do you need help with anything?" I asked, though I wasn't sure what help we could offer now. Sarah shook her head. "We've already called it in. Coroner's on the way. Should be here in about an hour." That's when I noticed another ranger standing apart from the group, a woman I didn't recognize. She was hugging herself tightly, staring out at the desert, completely still. Something about her posture sent a chill through me. It wasn't just the normal shock that comes with finding a body. This was deeper, more personal somehow. I gave Sarah a questioning look, nodding subtly toward the woman. Sarah leaned in and spoke in a near whisper. "That's Madeline Cooper. She's new to our unit. This is her first—" She trailed off. Then, even quieter, "There's been talk that her husband, he was a ranger too, took his own life about 6 months ago. Same way, gunshot." My chest tightened. God, what were the odds? To lose your husband that way and then be first on scene to something so similar? The universe can be unbelievably cruel sometimes. I wanted to go over to her, to say something comforting, but what could I possibly say? "Sorry you had to relive your worst nightmare today?" So I just stood there, feeling useless. The silence at the scene was oppressive. No one spoke above a whisper. Even the desert seemed unnaturally quiet, as if holding its breath. No birds, no insects, just the occasional whisper of wind across sand. After a few minutes, a male ranger I didn't know, his nameplate read Donovan, approached us. "You guys from the West Station?" he asked. Parker nodded. "Look, we appreciate you coming out, but we've got this handled," Donovan said, his tone professional but firm. "Might be better if you head back. Too many vehicles out here, and you know how the paperwork multiplies with every additional unit on scene." He wasn't wrong about the paperwork, but something felt off. I glanced at Parker, who seemed to be thinking the same thing. "Are you sure?" I asked. "We can at least help secure the scene until the coroner arrives." "We're good," Donovan insisted. "Besides, the fewer people who have to see this mess, the better." I couldn't argue with that logic. Some things you can't unsee, and a suicide scene is high on that list. As we turned to leave, I looked back at Madeline once more. She still hadn't moved, still staring out at nothing. I wondered what she was seeing, the desert, or memories of her husband's death playing on repeat. The drive back to the station was mostly silent. The adrenaline had worn off, leaving behind that hollow feeling that always comes after these calls. The beautiful desert landscape that usually gave me such peace now seemed indifferent, almost cruel in its vastness, a place where human despair was swallowed up without a trace. "That was weird, right?" Parker finally said about halfway back. "Which part?" I asked, though I knew what he meant. "I don't know. The whole vibe. Them wanting us gone so quickly. They probably just wanted to handle it themselves. Less complicated that way," I said, but I didn't entirely believe it. Something had felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. When we got back to the station, the mood was somber. News travels fast among rangers, and everyone knew what we'd responded to. Our supervisor, Mike, pulled us aside to check if we were okay, offered time off if we needed it. Standard procedure after a traumatic call. I declined. Parker did too. Sometimes keeping busy is better than sitting alone with your thoughts. For the rest of the day, I went through the motions, filed my report, checked the equipment, answered a few calls from visitors asking about trail conditions. But my mind kept going back to that scene, to Madeline, standing alone, to the blood trail leading behind the rocks. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how Craghorn had changed since I started working there. It used to be a place of beauty for me, a sanctuary of sorts. Now it felt marked by tragedy. This wasn't the first suicide we'd had in the park, and it wouldn't be the last. The remote sections of the wilderness had become magnets for people's final moments. And we, the rangers, were left to find them, to witness the aftermath, to carry those images home with us. The next morning, I came in early, intending to look up the official report from the Eastern Division about the incident. I wanted closure, I guess. Names, details, something to make it real instead of this hazy, disturbing memory. But when I searched the system, I couldn't find any report. Nothing about a suicide response in Section 12. Nothing from Sarah Blackwood or any rangers from the Eastern Division. Thinking it might not have been filed yet, I called over to their station. The administrator who answered confirmed that Sarah Blackwood was on duty, so I asked to speak with her. After a brief hold, Sarah came on the line. "Ellie," she said, sounding surprised. "What's up?" "Just following up on yesterday," I said. "The suicide call in Section 12. I was looking for your report but couldn't find anything in the system." There was a pause, too long of a pause. "I don't know what you're talking about," Sarah finally said. "I was on trail maintenance all day yesterday. Eastern Rim Rock, nowhere near Section 12. My blood went cold. "But we saw you. Parker and I both responded to the call. You were there with Donovan and Madeline Cooper." Another pause. "Ellie, there's no one named Madeline Cooper in our division, and I haven't worked with any Donovan recently." Her voice had taken on a concerned tone. "Are you feeling okay?" I felt like I was losing my mind. But the suicide call, the man who shot himself, there was no suicide call yesterday, Sarah said firmly. At least not one that I was involved with. Look, it's been a rough month for everyone. Maybe you should take some time. I hung up. My hands were shaking. I immediately went to find Parker, who was in the equipment room doing inventory. Something's wrong, I told him, trying to keep my voice steady. I just spoke with Sarah Blackwood. She says she wasn't at that suicide call yesterday. Says she doesn't know any Madeline or Donovan. Parker stared at me like I'd grown a second head. What suicide call? My stomach dropped. Yesterday, Section 12, the man with the gun. We responded together, Parker. He slowly put down the clipboard he was holding. Ellie, we did patrol routes yesterday, eastern trails all day. There was no suicide call. I felt dizzy suddenly. That's not possible. We were there. We saw the blood trail. We talked to Sarah and that other ranger, Donovan. And there was a woman, Madeline, who lost her husband to suicide. Parker's face shifted from confusion to concern. Hey, sit down for a minute, he said, guiding me to a nearby chair. Maybe you're mixing up days. Remember that call we had last month near the south boundary? But I wasn't mixing up anything. I remembered every detail of yesterday vividly. The coordinates I'd written down, the dust behind our vehicle as we rushed to the scene, the way Sarah wouldn't quite meet my eyes, Madeline standing apart hugging herself, the blood trail on the sand. I've checked the logs. I've searched the system. I've asked everyone at the station. According to every official record, there was no suicide call in Section 12 last Thursday. Parker has no memory of it. Sarah Blackwood insists she was nowhere near that location, and there is no ranger named Madeline Cooper in any division of Craghorn Desert Park. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. The blood trailing across the sand, the oppressive silence, the grief etched into Madeline's face. Yesterday, I drove out to Section 12 alone. I found the cluster of boulders exactly where I remembered them. I searched for bloodstains, for any evidence of what happened. There was nothing there, just sand and rocks and the endless desert sky. I don't know what happened last Thursday. I don't know who or what we encountered out there in the desert. But I know it was real, and I know I'll never look at Craghorn the same way again. Story 11. I'm still trying to process everything that happened, even though it's been months since we moved out. Some days I wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I heard scratching at my window or footsteps in the hallway. I guess trauma does that to you. It all started when Emma and I were in our third year of living together. We had this nice 2-bedroom in a decent apartment complex in the suburbs of Atlanta. Nothing fancy, but it was ours. We'd done everything right to stay safe as 2 women living alone. Digital locks, Ring peephole camera, the whole 9 yards. We even had a system where we'd text each other our locations if we were coming home late. Safe girls, you know? Everything was normal until the Johnson family moved out from the apartment across the hall. They'd been there forever, quiet, kept to themselves, had a kid who sometimes played in the hallway. Within a week, management had already found a new tenant. That's when David entered our lives. I remember the first time I saw him. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I was coming back from a grocery run. This skinny guy with greasy black hair was struggling to carry boxes into the apartment across from ours. What caught my eye wasn't him exactly, but what was falling out of his boxes: anime figurines, Star Wars collectibles, some gaming stuff. Emma and I are pretty nerdy ourselves, so I thought, cool, someone we might get along with. Emma and I decided to be good neighbors. We put together a little welcome basket, some snacks, a bottle of wine, a list of good takeout places nearby. Nothing fancy, just being nice. I knocked on his door that evening, and when he opened it, something immediately felt off. His apartment already smelled musty, like he'd been living there for years instead of hours. He barely made eye contact when I introduced myself, just sort of nodded and mumbled, "Thanks," when I handed him the basket. He didn't invite me in, didn't really smile, just took the basket and closed the door. I texted Emma right away. "New neighbor is weird." For the first week, we barely saw him. Occasionally, we'd hear his door open and close at odd hours, or the sound of his TV playing what I assumed were anime shows from the high-pitched voices. Then things started changing. Suddenly, David was everywhere. If I stepped out to grab the mail, he'd appear in the hallway within seconds. If Emma came home from work, he'd coincidentally be taking out his trash. It wasn't just the frequency, it was how he'd materialize silently, like he'd been waiting. He started asking to borrow things. Sugar at first, then a screwdriver. Then could we help him set up his Wi-Fi? Could we watch his apartment while he went out? Could Emma show him how to use the laundry facilities? Each request meant he'd linger longer, standing too close, his eyes never quite meeting ours, but somehow always watching. The breaking point came about 3 weeks after he moved in. Emma and I had gone to a friend's birthday party downtown. We texted each other the whole way home, got an Uber together, and arrived back at our building around 3 in the morning. When the elevator doors opened to our floor, my heart nearly stopped. There was David, sitting cross-legged on the floor directly outside our apartment door. Just sitting there, in flannel pajama pants and a stained t-shirt. When he saw us, he jumped up. "Where were you guys?" he demanded, his voice shaking with what sounded like anger. "I've been worried sick. I knocked for hours." Emma, always braver than me, stepped in front of me. "David, why would you need to know where we are?" "Because it's dangerous," he practically shouted. "You can't just disappear like that. What if something happened to you? You need to tell me if you're going to be out late." My skin was crawling. Who the hell did he think he was? Our dad? Our boyfriend? We'd exchanged maybe 10 sentences with this guy. Emma somehow kept her cool. "We appreciate your concern, but we're adults. We don't need to check in with anyone. It's really late, so we're going inside now." As we squeezed past him to get to our door, he kept talking, his voice getting higher. "You should give me your phone numbers. For emergencies, and maybe a spare key. Just in case." I fumbled with the digital lock while Emma blocked his view of the keypad. When we got inside, we triple-checked that the door was locked, and then just stood there, staring at each other in disbelief. "What the actual fuck?" Emma whispered. We barely slept that night. The next morning, we checked our Ring camera footage. David had sat outside our door until nearly 6 in the morning, sometimes staring at the door, sometimes rocking back and forth, sometimes talking to himself. We went straight to the apartment office. The manager seemed concerned, but said there wasn't much they could do unless he explicitly threatened us. "Being creepy isn't against the lease," she said with an apologetic shrug. We filed a police report too, but got basically the same response. They couldn't do anything without an actual threat. For about a week after that, David was oddly absent. No encounters in the hallway, no knocks on our door. Emma thought maybe our firm response had worked. I wasn't convinced. I was right to be suspicious. The silence was just the calm before the storm. It started with sounds outside our door at night, footsteps that would pace back and forth for hours, a chair being dragged into the hallway. We checked the Ring camera and saw he'd set up a folding chair facing our door. He'd just sit there, sometimes all night, staring. We started taking screenshots of the footage. documenting dates and times. We went back to the police, who reluctantly sent an officer to speak with him. The officer later told us David had claimed he was having trouble sleeping and liked to walk the halls. There was nothing they could do. Then came the comments when we'd see him. At first, they were just inappropriate, telling Emma her outfit made her look fertile, or asking me if I'd ever been with a man who really understands women. But they escalated quickly. One day, I was unlocking our door when he appeared beside me. "You know," he said in this eerily calm voice, "I could break down this door anytime I want. I'm stronger than I look." Another time, he cornered Emma by the elevator. "If you two keep ignoring me," he whispered, "I'm going to have to take more drastic measures. I don't want to hurt you, but you're leaving me no choice." We reported every incident to the police, to the apartment complex. No one seemed to grasp how terrified we were becoming. "He hasn't actually done anything," they kept saying, as if psychological torture wasn't anything. Then came the day we noticed he'd installed his own doorbell camera, positioned not to view his door, but ours. The management made him take it down after we complained, but the message was clear. He was watching us constantly. The notes started appearing under our door, pages and pages of barely legible handwriting. Some were like love letters, saying how he dreamed of us both becoming his wives and living together forever. Others described in graphic detail what he wanted to do to us, sexually, violently, or both. Some were just the words, "I'm watching," written over and over. We started staying with friends whenever possible. We'd only go back to the apartment together, never alone. We carried pepper spray, took different routes home each day, had friends watch us enter the building safely. Then came the night that still gives me nightmares. We'd been staying at my sister's place for a few days, but I needed to grab some work clothes from our apartment. Emma came with me, and we planned to be in and out in 10 minutes, middle of the day, totally safe. Except when we got there, it was clear someone had been inside. Nothing was missing, but things were slightly moved. My laptop had been closed when I always leave it open. Emma's perfume bottles were arranged in a different order. The shower was still slightly damp. We ran out of there so fast we forgot half the things we came for. Back at my sister's, we called the police again. They came this time, checked the apartment, found no signs of forced entry, suggested maybe we were just forgetting how we left things because we were stressed. The locks were changed the next day, but it didn't help the feeling of violation. The final straw came a couple weeks later. We'd reluctantly moved back into our apartment because we couldn't afford to keep imposing on others. We'd installed additional locks, security cameras in each room, the works. I was alone that night. Emma was working late. Around 11 I heard it. A scratching sound at my bedroom window that was on the 3rd floor. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just a tree branch or a bird, but the scratching became more deliberate. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch, pause, like someone trying to get my attention. I was paralyzed with fear, huddled in my bed with all the lights on, clutching my phone. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, but was probably 15 minutes. Then it stopped. I forced myself to look out the window. At first I saw nothing in the darkness. Then I noticed a figure standing in the parking lot below, looking up at my window. Even from 3 floors up, I knew it was David. He raised his hand in a little wave when he saw me, then disappeared into the shadows. That was it. We broke our lease the next day, paid the penalty fee that we definitely couldn't afford, and moved out within a week. Emma's parents helped us find a new place across town in a secure building with a doorman. It's been 4 months now. We're still friends with some people from the old building, and they told us David moved out about a month after we did. No one knows where he went. Sometimes I still check over my shoulder when I'm walking alone. I still keep location sharing turned on with Emma at all times. I still wake up thinking I hear scratching at my window. The worst part isn't even the fear that he might find us again someday. It's that we did everything right. We reported him. We documented everything. We followed all the safety advice women are given from day one. And still, in the end, we were the ones who had to flee our home while he faced zero consequences. I don't have any neat conclusion to this. No justice was served. No lesson was learned except maybe that the systems designed to protect us have massive holes in them. I just hope that by sharing this, someone else might recognize the warning signs earlier than we did. Because David didn't snap overnight. He showed us who he was from the beginning. We just didn't have the power to do anything about it. Story 12. I still wake up screaming sometimes. My therapist says it's normal, that trauma like mine doesn't just disappear. It's been 8 months since I escaped, but the nightmares are so vivid that I'm right back in that cellar, the smell of mold filling my nostrils, the sound of his footsteps making my heart race. I never thought something like this could happen to me. I was just a normal 27-year-old woman living a boring life in a small town. I worked at the local library, had a small apartment, a cat named Milo. Nothing special. Nothing that should have put me on anyone's radar. That day started like any other. It was a Tuesday in October, chilly but not cold enough for a heavy coat. I remember wearing my favorite blue sweater and jeans. I'd run out of cat food, so after work, I stopped by the corner shop about 2 blocks from my apartment. Mr. Peterson, the owner, was chatting with me about the weather as I paid. "Storm coming tomorrow, Sarah. Better stock up." I smiled, said goodnight, and left. The shop was only about a 10-minute walk from my place. It was already dark, around 7 in the evening. I remember checking my phone, seeing a text from my mom asking if I was still coming home for Thanksgiving. That's the last normal thing I remember. I felt a sharp sting on my neck, like a bee sting but worse. I reached up, confused, and my fingers touched something metal, a small dart. Before I could even process what was happening, my vision started blurring. My legs went weak. I tried to scream, but my mouth wouldn't work right. I remember the ground rushing up to meet me, then nothing. When I woke up, I had no idea where I was or how much time had passed. The room was dark, just a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling that flickered constantly. The walls were concrete, covered in patches of black mold. The floor was cold and damp beneath me. My wrists were bound with thick plastic zip ties that cut into my skin when I tried to move. There was a steel door at one end of the room, heavy, industrial looking, with a small slot at the bottom. No windows, just a drain in the center of the floor. The room smelled of bleach and something else underneath, something sour and human. I screamed until my throat was raw. I begged for help. I promised money, anything, if whoever had taken me would just let me go. No one came. I don't know how long I lay there before the slot at the bottom of the door slid open. A plastic bottle of water rolled in, followed by a paper plate with a sandwich on it. No crusts, cut diagonally. Such a normal, mundane detail that somehow made everything more terrifying. "Drink, eat, regain your strength?" The voice was male, calm, clinical, no emotion. "I'll return in 12 hours. That was my first introduction to the man I would come to call the caretaker. I never learned his real name. He never showed his face clearly, always wore a surgical mask, and kept the light positioned to cast shadows over his features. Medium height, medium build. Nothing distinctive except his voice, soft, educated, with a slight accent I couldn't place. I refused to eat at first, thought it might be drugged. But after what felt like days with nothing, my resolve broke. I was so thirsty. The sandwich tasted normal, turkey and cheese. The water was clean. I wasn't drugged again, at least not that time. It took me about 3 days to explore every inch of my prison. The room was roughly 12 feet by 15 feet. Besides the door, drain, and light, there was a bucket in one corner that served as my toilet, a thin mattress on the floor. That was it. But there were signs, evidence that I wasn't the first person held in this room. Tally marks scratched into the concrete behind the mattress. 5 groups of 4, 1 single mark. 21 days someone had counted. In another corner, near the floor, I found a fingernail embedded in the wall, like someone had clawed desperately at the concrete until it broke off. And under the mattress, tucked between the fabric and foam, a scrap of paper with 5 words written in shaky handwriting. Survival depends on obedience. Play along. The caretaker established a routine almost immediately. Food and water came through the slot 3 times a day. A change of clothes, always plain sweatpants and t-shirts, once a week. The light would go off for 8 hours, then on for 16. I had no watch, no window to see the sun, but I tried to keep track of days by making my own tally marks using a loose thread from the mattress dipped in my own blood. After about a week, he spoke to me again. The slot opened, but instead of food, a small tablet slid through. On it was a video of my apartment. Milo, my cat, was being stroked by an unseen hand. "Your pet is well cared for," the voice said. "Your disappearance has been reported. Police found your purse in an alley. They suspect a mugging gone wrong. The case will go cold within a month." I screamed at him, begged to know why he was doing this. The only response was, "You have potential. Most don't. You should be grateful." The psychological game started shortly after. The light would flicker in patterns. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. The same sequence over and over for hours. Then complete darkness for what felt like days. Sometimes the room would get so cold I could see my breath. Other times, so hot I thought I would suffocate. Food became a reward. If I followed instructions slipped through the slot, simple things at first, like stand in the center of the room for 1 hour without moving, or recite the alphabet backwards, I would eat. If not, nothing would come. Around what I think was the 1-month mark, the door opened for the first time. The caretaker stood there in scrubs, surgical mask, and latex gloves. Behind him was a hallway of concrete, just like my room. He carried a clipboard and a small medical kit. "Step back against the wall," he instructed. When I hesitated, he added softly, "Sarah, this can be easy or difficult. The outcome is the same either way." He knew my name. Of course he did. He'd been in my apartment, seen my ID. But hearing him say it made me feel violated all over again. He took my vitals, blood pressure, temperature, weight, made notes on his clipboard, drew blood from my arm with practiced efficiency. The whole time he spoke in that same calm, detached voice. "Your adaptation is proceeding well, better than Subject 11, similar to Subject 8. You're resilient. That's good." Before leaving, he left a notebook and pencil on the floor. "Tomorrow, you will begin transcribing. The text will be provided. Accuracy is essential." The transcription work started the next day. Medical texts mostly, complex terminology, about neurochemistry, trauma responses, adaptation mechanisms. I have a bachelor's in English literature. I had no idea what most of it meant, but I copied every word exactly. I knew instinctively that mistakes would be punished. I was right. When I misspelled a term, no food came for 2 days. When I deliberately changed words, testing him, the room was flooded with freezing water for hours. I learned quickly, sometimes late at night, or what I perceived as night when the light was off. I would hear sounds, muffled screams, doors opening and closing. Once distinctly a child crying. I wasn't alone in that building, whatever it was. There were others. I tried to communicate, tapped messages on the pipes, screamed names I made up, hoping someone would respond. For my efforts, the caretaker piped in white noise so loud it felt like my eardrums would burst. When it finally stopped, he spoke through what must have been an intercom. Isolation is part of the process, Sarah. Don't fight it, embrace it. The most confusing part was when he showed kindness. Once I developed a high fever, probably from the damp conditions. I was delirious, unable to complete my transcription work. Instead of punishing me, he came in, cleaned me up, gave me medicine, sat beside the mattress and placed cool cloths on my forehead until the fever broke. "You're too valuable to lose to something so mundane as infection," he said, almost tenderly. "Rest now." It was a mind game. I knew it even then. Make me dependent on him, not just for food and water, but for human contact, for care. Stockholm Syndrome by design. But knowing the trap doesn't make it any less effective when you're living in complete isolation. The structured tasks grew more complex. Physical exercises, memory tests, psychological evaluations disguised as conversations. Always with the clipboard, always taking notes, always murmuring about my potential. I lost track of time completely. My tally marks reached what I thought was 3 months, but I couldn't be sure. My hair grew long. I lost weight, then gained some back as my body adjusted to the minimal diet. The caretaker continued his experiments, whatever they were. Then something changed. I heard shouting, not from other captives, but men's voices, authoritative, sirens in the distance. The caretaker rushed into my room, eyes wide with something I'd never seen in him before. Fear. "Change of location," he said tersely, jabbing a needle into my arm before I could react. As consciousness faded, I heard him mutter, "Too close, not finished, need more time." I woke up in a different place, a small cottage that smelled of rotting apples and dust. I was chained by my ankle to an old radiator, but the restraint was hastily done. Through a broken window, I could see trees heavy with fruit, an orchard. The door to the room was ajar, signs of a hasty departure. I worked for hours to free myself, bloodying my ankle in the process. When I finally got loose, I found the cottage empty. No sign of the caretaker, just a backpack with some food, water, and a burner phone with no battery. I limped outside, disoriented by the open space, the fresh air. It was apple harvest season, late September or early October. I'd been captive for nearly a year. I followed what looked like a tractor path through the orchard. After about a mile, I came upon an old farmer checking his trees. He saw me, dirty, bloody, wild-eyed, and immediately called for help. The hospital, the police interviews, Detective Mills with his kind eyes and endless questions, showing me photographs of missing persons. "Is this your caretaker? What about this man?" I couldn't identify him. He'd been too careful. But I could describe the cellar, the experiments, the routines. And when they mentioned a boy named Nolan who'd gone missing 3 days before I was found, I knew. I just knew. He'll keep him somewhere isolated but accessible, I told Mills. Somewhere with concrete walls, good soundproofing. He'll have medical supplies, recording equipment, notebooks. He'll start with isolation, then introduce structured tasks. They found Nolan within 48 hours in an abandoned storage shed near the county line. The place matched my description almost exactly. The caretaker had just begun his work with the boy when the police raid came. I was there against everyone's advice. I needed to see, needed to know it was really ending. When they brought Nolan out, alive and mostly unharmed, I felt something crack open inside me, relief so profound it was almost pain. Then I saw him, the caretaker, being led out in handcuffs. For just a second, our eyes met. No mask this time, just an ordinary-looking man in his 40s. He smiled at me, actually smiled. "You exceeded expectations, Sarah," he called out. Then he twisted away from the officers, somehow slipped free, and ran into the dense forest behind the shed. They haven't found him. The police say it's just a matter of time, that he can't have gotten far, that the forensic evidence from both locations will be enough to identify him even without a capture. But I know better. He's methodical, patient. He had this escape planned from the beginning. I'm in a safe house now, armed guards, new identity. I'm working with a specialist who helps abduction victims recover their sense of self, their voice. I'm going to testify when they catch him. I'm going to stand in court not just for myself, but for all the others. The ones who left those tally marks, that fingernail, that warning note. Sometimes I wonder what he saw in me, what potential he was testing, what his end game was. The analysts think he was studying trauma responses, perhaps for some perverted research purpose. They found journals documenting at least 13 previous subjects. Some survived, some didn't. I still feel his presence sometimes. In crowds, I'll get a prickle on the back of my neck. In dreams, I hear his calm voice, making notes about my progress. The therapist says these sensations will fade with time, but what never fades is the certainty that he's still out there, still watching, still taking notes, still looking for subjects with potential. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if my escape was just another one of his experiments. Story 13. I've never shared this before, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in cold sweats, thinking I hear footsteps. This happened in my home in Pinewood Valley, where I've lived alone for the past 4 years. It's a small 2-story house about 15 minutes outside town, surrounded by pine trees and not much else. My closest neighbor is about half a mile down the road. That night started like any other weekday. I work as an assistant manager at the hardware store in town, and we had inventory that evening, which meant a late shift. I remember being completely drained by the time I pulled into my driveway a little after 10. All I wanted was to crash into bed. The house was dark when I got home. I didn't even bother turning on all the lights, just flipped on the entryway light, locked the front door behind me, I always do this automatically, and went straight upstairs. My legs felt like lead as I climbed each step. I headed straight to the bathroom to brush my teeth. My bathroom is at the end of the upstairs hallway, with my bedroom right across from it. I was standing there in my pajamas, toothbrush in mouth, when I heard it. The distinct sound of a door closing downstairs. It wasn't loud, just that soft but unmistakable click that doors make when they shut completely. My whole body went cold instantly. I froze mid-brush, toothpaste dripping down my chin. For a few seconds I couldn't move at all. I just stood there listening so hard it hurt. The house was dead silent after that. No more sounds. No creaking floorboards. Nothing. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe the house settling. But I've lived here long enough to know all the normal sounds my house makes, and that was definitely a door closing. After what felt like forever, I spit out my toothpaste and crept to the bathroom doorway. I stood there listening again for what must have been 2 or 3 minutes. Still nothing. The silence was almost worse than hearing another sound would have been. I knew I had to check it out. I couldn't just go to bed thinking there might be someone downstairs. I grabbed my phone from the counter and slipped it into my pajama pocket, then picked up the plunger from beside the toilet. Pathetic, I know, but it was the only thing resembling a weapon nearby. The hallway was dark, and I didn't turn on the light because I didn't want to announce that I was coming downstairs. Each step on the staircase felt like it took a year. I was trying so hard not to make any noise, but the third step from the bottom always creaks, and when I stepped on it, the sound seemed to echo through the whole house. I paused again, listening. Nothing. When I reached the bottom, I flipped on the living room light. Everything looked normal. The couch was empty, the TV was off. Nothing seemed disturbed. I checked the kitchen next, turning on lights as I went. Nobody there either. Then the dining room, the small office I have downstairs, and finally the laundry room. All empty. I was starting to feel ridiculous with my plunger weapon when I noticed that the small window in the laundry room was open about 4 inches. It's an old casement window that swings outward, and I suddenly remembered I'd opened it earlier that day while doing laundry because it had gotten stuffy. That had to be it. The wind must have caught one of the doors inside and made it close. It happens sometimes with the bathroom door downstairs if there's a cross breeze. The relief was immediate. I actually laughed out loud at myself, put the plunger down on the washing machine, and closed the window, making sure to latch it properly this time. Just to be safe, I did another quick check of all the rooms downstairs. Everything was locked up tight. Front door still locked, back door deadbolted, all windows closed and secured. I headed back upstairs, brushed my teeth again, because why not, and crawled into bed around 10:45. I remember checking my phone one last time before putting it on the nightstand. I was exhausted and ready to pass out. I must have been just on the edge of falling asleep when I heard it. Footsteps, downstairs. At first, I thought I was dreaming it. You know, that weird in-between state where you're not quite asleep but not fully awake? But then I heard it again. The unmistakable sound of someone walking across my living room floor. The specific creaky spots that I know by heart. My eyes shot open. I lay there completely rigid, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. These weren't the random settling noises houses make. These were deliberate footsteps. Someone was walking around downstairs. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just the house making normal night noises. But then I heard what sounded like someone bumping against the coffee table. That subtle scraping sound it makes when it moves against the hardwood floor. I knew then that this was real. My phone was on the nightstand just a few inches away, but I was afraid to move. Irrationally, I thought that if I stayed perfectly still, whoever was down there might not know I was home. As if they hadn't seen my car in the driveway. As if they hadn't planned this. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. They moved from the living room toward the kitchen, then back again. I could hear the specific creak of the floorboard near the bottom of the stairs, the same one that always announces when someone's about to come up, and then they started coming up the stairs. That's when I snapped out of my paralysis. I lunged for my phone and simultaneously rolled out of bed toward my bedroom door. I hit the lock just as I heard the footsteps reach the top of the stairs. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage to dial 911. I dropped to the floor beside my bed, as far from the door as possible, and waited for the call to connect. The bedroom has no other exits, just the one door and a window that's a 15-foot drop to hard ground below. The footsteps moved down the hallway toward my room with slow, heavy steps. They weren't trying to be quiet anymore. When the 911 operator answered, I couldn't speak. I was too terrified that whoever was out there would hear me. The footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. I could see the shadow of feet blocking the sliver of light that usually comes under the door. The doorknob turned, slowly at first, then with more force when they found it locked. I put my hand over my mouth to stop myself from making any sound. The doorknob rattled again, harder this time. Then silence. I don't know how long I sat there with the phone pressed to my ear, the operator repeatedly asking if anyone was there. It might have been seconds or minutes before I finally managed to whisper that someone was in my house, that I was alone and locked in my bedroom, that they were right outside my door. The operator kept me on the line while dispatching police. She told me they were only about 7 minutes away since a patrol car was already in the area. She asked if I had a weapon, and I almost laughed hysterically when I realized I'd left the plunger downstairs. The footsteps eventually moved away from my door, back toward the stairs. I whispered this to the operator, and she told me to stay where I was, not to investigate, just to wait for the police. I could hear the footsteps going back downstairs. Then nothing. The house went completely silent again. When the police arrived, I heard their cars pull up with sirens off, but lights flashing through my bedroom window. I was still sitting on the floor with my back against the wall, phone clutched to my ear. The operator told me to stay put until the officers had cleared the house. I heard them enter downstairs, announcing themselves loudly. I heard them moving systematically through each room. When they finally knocked on my bedroom door, identifying themselves as police officers, I could barely get my legs to work enough to stand up and unlock it. There were two of them, a male and female officer. They asked if I was okay, if I was injured. I wasn't. They told me they'd searched the entire house and found no one inside. But they did find something disturbing. My front door was unlocked. I told them that was impossible. I distinctly remembered locking it when I came home. It's an automatic habit. I never forget. They searched the house again with me following behind them. Nothing was missing as far as I could tell. Nothing seemed out of place. The back door was still locked. All windows were closed and locked, including the laundry room window I'd closed earlier. The female officer asked me about the window I'd found open earlier. When I explained, she exchanged a look with her partner that made my stomach drop. She suggested that someone might have entered through that window before I got home and been hiding in the house the whole time I was there. They took my statement and did a perimeter check of the property, but found nothing. No footprints, no evidence of forced entry. They said they'd increase patrols in my area for the next few days and recommended I stay with someone else that night. I called my sister, who lives about 40 minutes away. She came and got me, and I spent the night at her place. I didn't go back home for 3 days, and when I did, I had a security system installed and new deadbolts put on all the doors. It's been 3 months now. Nothing like that has happened again, but I still don't feel safe in my own home. I sleep with a baseball bat beside my bed. I check all the closets and under the beds every single night. I've started looking into moving somewhere else, maybe an apartment in town with other people around. The police never found any evidence of who might have been in my house that night. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was all in my head, that I imagined the footsteps, that I forgot to lock the door. But deep down, I know what I heard. Someone was in my house, walking up those stairs, trying to get into my bedroom, and I have no idea why they left without taking anything, or what they wanted in the first place. Story 14. I just got back from what was supposed to be a peaceful night at the park. My hands are still shaking as I type this. I need to get this out because I don't know who else would understand. I've been a ranger at Sandstone Desert Park for almost 7 years now. Most days I love my job, the vast emptiness, the way the light hits the rocks at sunset, the silence that lets you hear your own thoughts. But these past few weeks have been hell, pure hell. 2 weeks ago we found a body, a hiker who'd wandered off trail and gotten lost. By the time we found him, the sun and the elements had, God, I can't even describe it without feeling sick. His skin was like leather, blackened in places. His lips were pulled back in this permanent grimace. The worst part was his eyes, wide open, staring at nothing. Then last week, a suicide. A man in his 50s parked at one of our remote lookouts and just ended things. I was first on scene. The note he left said he'd been coming to the park for decades, that this was the only place he felt peace, so it was where he wanted to go. I haven't been sleeping well since. Every time I close my eyes, I see their faces. I keep wondering if there was something I could have done, some sign I missed. The desert has always been my sanctuary, but lately it's felt like a place of death. Tonight, I just needed to escape, to remember why I fell in love with this job in the first place. So after my shift ended at around 9, I hopped in my Jeep and drove out to Coyote Canyon. It's part of the park that's closed for the off-season. No campers, no hikers, nobody to bother me. Just 30 miles of dirt road between me and civilization. I parked near this dried-up wash I've always liked. There's this old picnic table there, all rusted and weathered but still solid. The moon wasn't up yet, so I knew the stars would be incredible. I grabbed my banjo from the back seat. Yeah, I know, such a cliché. The park ranger who plays banjo, and my small cooler with a couple beers. The night was cool but not cold. Perfect desert night, no clouds. As I walked to the picnic table, the crunch of my boots on the gravel seemed impossibly loud in the silence. I sat down and just looked up, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. And man, those stars. If you've never seen the desert sky on a clear night, miles from any light pollution, you have no idea what you're missing. It's like someone scattered diamonds across black velvet. The Milky Way was a misty river overhead. For a minute, I almost felt like myself again. I cracked open a beer and started tuning my banjo. Nothing fancy, just some old folk songs my grandpa taught me. Red River Valley, Shenandoah, stuff like that. The sound carried in the still air. Normally, playing out there makes me feel connected to something bigger than myself. But tonight was different. As the darkness deepened, I kept feeling this. I don't know how to describe it. Like a weight pressing down on me. I'd play a few notes, then stop and listen, thinking I'd heard something else. The shadows around the wash seemed to grow deeper, stretching toward me. I kept seeing flashes in my mind. The hiker's blackened skin, the suicide victim's vacant stare. I'd shake my head, try to focus on the music, but they kept coming back. An hour must have passed like this. My fingers were getting stiff from the cooling air and from playing. That's when I first sensed it, this feeling that I wasn't alone. You develop this sixth sense working in the wilderness. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I froze mid-chord. I held my breath and listened. At first, nothing but the slight breeze through the scrub brush. Then I heard it. Quick, muffled sounds from the darkness beyond the wash, like something moving through the brush, trying to be quiet, but not quite managing it. I set my banjo down carefully on the table. "Hello," I called out, trying to sound casual. "Park ranger, anyone out there?" Nothing, just that heavy silence. But I knew something was there, watching me. Then came the whispers. Jesus, the whispers, like voices just below the threshold of hearing, not quite words, but almost, coming from the direction of the wash. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run to my Jeep, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, one hand still on my banjo, the other reaching for the flashlight on my belt. My breath was coming in short, shallow gasps. The sounds were getting closer, faster now, not even trying to be quiet. The brush at the edge of the wash was rustling, shaking. My mind started racing through all the possibilities. Was it people? We've had problems with drug runners using the remote parts of the park. Could it be them? Or maybe some kids trespassing in the closed section, thinking it would be fun to scare the ranger? Or was it something worse? The stories the old-timers tell around the campfire, about people who walked into the desert and came back, wrong, changed. People who started hearing voices out there, who claimed something was following them, watching them. People who eventually disappeared, leaving nothing but empty tents and cold campfires. I finally managed to grab my flashlight and switch it on, pointing it toward the sound. The beam seemed pathetically small against the vast darkness. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The rustling got louder, closer. I stood up, backing away from the table, clutching my banjo like it was some kind of weapon. Whatever was out there was only yards away now. Then they burst out of the brush, 3 coyotes running full tilt. They dashed right past me, not even sparing me a glance, their paws kicking up dust as they disappeared into the darkness on the other side of the clearing. Coyotes. Just fucking coyotes. The relief hit me so hard I actually laughed out loud. My knees felt weak, and I sat back down on the picnic table, setting my banjo aside. Just coyotes, probably chasing some rabbit or ground squirrel. Nothing supernatural, nothing dangerous. I felt ridiculous. 7 years as a ranger, and I was jumping at shadows like some first-time camper. The stress of the past weeks had really gotten to me, making me imagine things that weren't there. I decided it was time to pack up and head back. I'd gotten what I came for, a break from my thoughts, some time under the stars. As I gathered my things, I felt embarrassed at how spooked I'd gotten. The desert at night can play tricks on your mind if you let it. The drive back to the main road was about 5 miles of rough dirt track. I turned on some music, Willie Nelson, loud enough to drown out my thoughts, and started the Jeep. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating just a small patch of road ahead of me. Beyond that circle of light was nothing but blackness. As I drove, I started thinking about the desert in a way I hadn't before. It's not empty, not really. It's alive, but in a way that's fundamentally different from how we think of life. It's ancient and patient and completely indifferent to human presence. We're just passing through. The coyotes reminded me of that. They don't care about park boundaries or off-seasons or rangers with banjos. They were here long before us and will be here long after. About halfway back to the main road, I had to slow down for a sharp bend. As I rounded the corner, my headlights swept across the landscape, and for just a second, just one brief, heart-stopping second, I thought I saw a figure standing among the cacti, tall and thin, too tall to be human, watching me pass. I slammed on the brakes, the Jeep skidding slightly on the loose gravel. I reversed a few feet and aimed my lights where I thought I'd seen the figure. Nothing. Just a saguaro cactus with arms outstretched, its shadow stretching long in my headlights. Jesus Christ. I was really losing it. I continued driving, a bit faster now. The rational part of my brain knew there was nothing out there, nothing that meant me harm. But another part, some primitive section hardwired for survival, kept scanning the darkness beyond my headlights, certain that something was there. Because the truth is, there are predators in the desert. Not just coyotes or mountain lions, but human ones. People who use the vastness and isolation for their own purposes. I'd heard stories from other rangers, encounters with strange groups conducting rituals at remote sites, aggressive confrontations with people living off the grid, discoveries of makeshift camps that gave off bad vibes. The desert that had once represented freedom to me now felt oppressive. There were too many shadows, too many places where things could hide. The light pollution from the nearest town was visible on the horizon now, a faint dome of yellow-white that I'd normally resent, but now found comforting. As I finally hit the paved road, my phone came back into service, buzzing with delayed notifications. The connection to the outside world helped ground me. I turned up the heat and the radio, trying to shake off the chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. I'm home now, safe behind locked doors, but I can't stop thinking about tonight. About that moment of pure terror when I was convinced something was coming for me. About the whispers I thought I heard. I've been a rational person my whole life. I believe in what I can see, what I can touch. But tonight, sitting alone in that vast darkness, I felt something I can't explain. A presence, a watching. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks, overtaxed by weeks of trauma and stress. Maybe those whispers were just the wind through the desert brush. Maybe the feeling of being watched was just my brain's way of processing grief and shock. But maybe not, because the desert isn't empty. It's full of life and death and things that move in the shadows. And sometimes, when you're alone under those endless stars, playing music to ghosts, you can feel the weight of all that ancient emptiness pressing down on you, reminding you how small you are, how vulnerable. I'm scheduled to work tomorrow, a day shift, thankfully. I don't know if I'll ever go back to Coyote Canyon alone again. Some places should be left undisturbed after dark. The rational daylight part of me knows it was just coyotes, just shadows and wind and my own imagination. But it's not daylight now. And in the darkness of my bedroom, with the desert night pressing against my windows, I can almost hear those whispers again. Story 15. I've never told anyone this story except my therapist. I'm still trying to process it all these years later, and writing it down might help me make sense of everything. I grew up in Millfield, one of those small towns where everyone knows your business and nothing exciting ever happens. It was 1973, and I was 7 years old. My little sister Emma was 5. We lived with our mom in a small yellow house on Maple Street after Dad left us. Mom worked as a secretary at the elementary school, which meant she was always home when we got out of class. We didn't have much money, but we were happy. Across the street lived Mr. Roblowski. He moved into the neighborhood about 6 months before everything happened. He was this older guy, probably in his late 50s, with thinning gray hair and these super thick glasses that made his eyes look huge. He always wore these button-up shirts tucked into high-waisted pants, even in the summer heat. Mom said he was a retired accountant or something boring like that. He wasn't unfriendly, but he wasn't particularly chatty either. Sometimes he'd wave to us from his yard while he was tending to his garden. I remember thinking he looked kind of sad and lonely. He lived by himself in that house, and I never saw any visitors. That summer was brutally hot, the kind of heat that makes the air shimmer above the pavement. Emma and I would play with the garden hose in our front yard to cool off, and sometimes Mr. Wroblewski would watch us from his porch. Not in a creepy way, at least that's what I thought at the time. He'd just sit there sipping lemonade, occasionally waving when we looked his way. One day in June, Mom came home from work, all excited. "Girls, guess what? Mr. Wroblewski offered to take you both for ice cream at Freddy's every Thursday afternoon." Freddy's was the ice cream parlor about 3 blocks away. For kids in our financial situation, ice cream was a rare treat, so Emma and I were beyond thrilled. The first Thursday, we were bouncing off the walls with excitement. Mom made us wash our faces and brush our hair before Mr. Wroblewski came to get us. "Be polite and say thank you," she reminded us as we waited by the front door. Mr. Wroblewski showed up right at 3 o'clock. He didn't smile much, but he nodded at us and said, "Ready for some ice cream?" in this soft, raspy voice. Emma grabbed my hand. She was always shy around adults, and we followed him down the sidewalk. I remember noticing how slowly he walked. Emma and I had to keep stopping so we wouldn't get ahead of him. He didn't talk during our walk, and when I tried to ask him questions about what flavor he liked, he just shrugged and said, "I don't eat sweets." At Freddy's, he let us each pick whatever we wanted. I always got chocolate chip, and Emma always got strawberry. He paid with exact change. I remember that distinctly because he would count out the pennies carefully from this little coin purse he carried. Then he'd guide us to the same booth in the corner, where he'd sit facing the door while we ate our ice cream. He never got anything for himself, not even a drink. He'd just sit there, watching us eat with this strange, intense look on his face. At the time, I thought he was just being nice, letting us enjoy our treats. But now, I don't know. Sometimes he'd ask these weird questions that didn't make sense to me as a kid. "Do you have any secrets you keep from your mother?" Or, "Would you like to see my special collection sometime?" I'd just shrug or change the subject, talking about school or the new puppy our neighbors got. Emma hardly spoke at all during these outings. This went on for about 6 weeks. Every Thursday, like clockwork, we'd go for ice cream with Mr. Wroblewski. Mom would ask us how it went when we got home, and we'd just say fine, because there wasn't much to tell. Looking back, I realize now that he was grooming us, establishing trust, creating a routine. The last ice cream trip happened in late July. It was the hottest day of the summer. I remember the sweat pooling under my arms as we walked to Freddy's. Mr. Wroblewski seemed different that day, more talkative, almost excited about something. His hands trembled slightly as he counted out the money for our cones. "Next week," he said as we ate our ice cream, "I thought we might go somewhere different. I have a special place I'd like to show you girls, a place with toys and games." Emma looked up at him, ice cream dripping down her chin, and nodded enthusiastically. I remember feeling a flutter of unease in my stomach, but I ignored it. Free ice cream and toys? What kid would say no to that? We never went to that special place, though, because the very next day, everything changed. I came home from playing at a friend's house to find Mom frantically packing boxes. Emma was sitting on the couch, clutching her stuffed bunny, looking confused and scared. "What's happening?" I asked, watching Mom throw clothes into suitcases. "We're moving, sweetie," Mom said without looking up. "We're going to stay with Aunt Karen for a while." "But why? What about school?" My friends. I started crying, not understanding what was happening. Mom just kept packing, saying we had to be out by nightfall. She wouldn't explain anything else, just kept telling us to gather our favorite toys and books because we couldn't take everything. By sunset, we were crammed into our old station wagon, driving away from the only home I'd ever known. I remember looking back at our little yellow house growing smaller in the distance, wondering if I'd ever see it again. I also remember seeing Mr. Roblowski standing on his porch, watching us leave. He didn't wave goodbye. We moved into Aunt Karen's apartment in the city, about an hour away from Millfield. It was crowded and noisy, nothing like our quiet neighborhood. Emma and I had to share a pull-out couch in the living room. Mom slept on an air mattress next to us. She got a job waiting tables at a diner, working long hours while Aunt Karen watched us. I kept asking Mom when we were going home, but she'd just say, "This is our home now," and change the subject. After a few months, I stopped asking. Emma adjusted faster than I did. She was younger and more resilient. I missed my friends and my school. I missed our yard and my bike and the treehouse Dad had built before he left. We lived with Aunt Karen for about a year before Mom saved enough money for us to move into our own place, a small house in a different suburb. By then, I had made new friends and gotten used to my new school. So, memory of Millfield and Mr. Roblowski faded into the background of my mind, just another blurry childhood memory, until one night during my sophomore year of high school, when everything came crashing back. Mom and I were sitting at the kitchen table. Emma was at a friend's house for a sleepover. Mom had been quiet all evening, fidgeting with her coffee mug, clearly wanting to talk about something. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, "I need to tell you something about why we left Millfield." My stomach dropped. I'd always suspected there was more to our sudden move than Mom had let on, but I'd stopped wondering about it years ago. "Do you remember Mr. Roblowski?" she asked, her voice tight. I nodded. "The ice cream man." Mom's face crumpled. "I made a terrible mistake letting you go with him. I didn't know. I should have known, but I didn't." She explained that about a week before we moved, a woman from our church had come to our house while Emma and I were at school. The woman told Mom that Mr. Roblowski was a registered sex offender who had been convicted of molesting children in another state. Back then, in the early 70s, there wasn't a national database or notification system like today. The only reason this woman knew was because her brother was a police officer in Mr. Roblowski's previous town. Mom started crying as she told me this. The woman said people in town were planning to take matters into their own hands. They were talking about hurting him, making it look like an accident. "I couldn't have you girls anywhere near that situation. I had to get you out immediately." I sat there in shock, trying to process what she was telling me. The harmless old man who bought us ice cream was actually a predator. All those Thursdays, all those ice cream cones, they took on a sinister meaning. Did he ever touch you or Emma?" Mom asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did he ever try anything during those ice cream trips?" I thought, back hard, trying to remember if anything inappropriate had happened. But there was nothing. He never touched us beyond an occasional pat on the shoulder. He never tried to separate us. He never even sat next to us in the booth. "No," I said finally. "He never did anything like that." Mom seemed to deflate with relief. "I questioned Emma years ago, and she said the same thing, but I've always worried. I've always wondered if I got you away in time." I remember feeling sick to my stomach. The special place he wanted to take us the following week, what would have happened there? Would that have been where he finally made his move? The thought made me dizzy with horror. "Why didn't you tell me before?" I asked. "You were so young," Mom said. "I didn't want to scare you or make you distrust people. I just wanted to protect you." And later, "It never seemed like the right time." After that conversation, I looked Mr. Wroblewski up online. It wasn't hard to find information about him. There had been newspaper articles about his past crimes. I discovered he had died of a heart attack in 1985, about 10 years after we moved away. The article mentioned he had been living alone in Millfield until his death. Sometimes I still think about those ice cream trips, how we sat there, happily licking our cones, completely unaware of the danger we were in. How close we came to becoming victims. How one warning from a concerned community member changed the course of our lives. I wonder if Mr. Wroblewski ever found other children to take for ice cream after we left. I wonder if they all escaped unharmed like we did. Those innocent childhood memories are forever tainted now. I can't think about ice cream at Freddy's without feeling a chill run down my spine. I can't hear the name Wroblewski without my heart racing, and I think about what might have happened if Mom hadn't gotten us out when she did, if we had gone to that special place with the toys and games. We were lucky, so incredibly lucky. But that knowledge doesn't stop the nightmares I still occasionally have. Nightmares where I'm 7 years old again, walking down a street I don't recognize, following a man with thick glasses to a place I'll never escape from. Story 16. I still can't sleep when it snows. It's been 3 months since that night on Route 23, and I've been to 2 different therapists who both tell me the same thing, that extreme cold and isolation can cause hallucinations. But they weren't there. They didn't see what I saw, and they sure as hell can't explain the claw marks on my Subaru that I had to sell because I couldn't stand looking at it anymore. It happened in early January this year when I was driving back from a work errand to Fairbridge. My boss had sent me to deliver some paperwork that absolutely couldn't wait until Monday, even though the weather forecast was calling for heavy snow. The job paid well enough that I didn't feel like I could say no, so I figured I'd make the 3-hour round trip and be back before the worst of it hit. I was wrong, so fucking wrong. The snow started falling harder than predicted about an hour into my return trip. At first, it was manageable. I slowed down to about 40 miles per hour and kept a good distance between me and the few other cars still on the road. But within 20 minutes, I couldn't see more than 20 feet ahead of me. The wind picked up, blowing snow across the road in these white sheets that made it impossible to tell where the highway ended and the ditches began. The last car I saw was a semi that passed me going the opposite direction, and after that, I was completely alone. My GPS kept cutting in and out, but I knew I was somewhere in that 30-mile stretch between exits where there's nothing but forest on both sides of the highway. No houses, no gas stations, nothing. Just trees and darkness and the increasingly heavy snow. When my tires started to slip for the 3rd time, I made the decision to pull over. I figured I'd just wait it out for a bit until visibility improved. I remember checking my phone, 5:42 p.m. and already dark as midnight. No cell service. I had about half a tank of gas, so I kept the engine running with the heat on low for a while. But as the minutes stretched into an hour, I started to worry about carbon monoxide and fuel. I turned the car off, planning to run it for 10 minutes every hour to stay warm. I wrapped myself in the emergency blanket I keep in my trunk and tried to relax. The snow was coming down so thick now that it was piling up against my windows. The silence was the worst part, that complete dead silence you only get when snow absorbs all sound. No cars passing, no wind, nothing. That's why I noticed it right away when the first noise came. At first I thought it was just snow sliding off the roof of my car, a soft scraping sound against the driver's side window. But then it happened again, and this time it was deliberate, like someone dragging their fingernails across the glass. I sat up straight, heart immediately pounding. I told myself it was just branches from a tree, but I knew I hadn't parked anywhere near the tree line. I was still on the shoulder of the highway. I clicked on my flashlight app and pointed it out the window. But all I could see was the reflection of my own terrified face against the backdrop of swirling snow. The scraping came again, moving from the driver's side window to the back of the car. Then there was tapping on the trunk, 3 distinct taps like knuckles on metal. Tap, tap, tap. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small inside the car. "Is someone there?" No response, just more tapping, this time rhythmic. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. I fumbled for my car keys, ready to start the engine and get the hell out of there, snow be damned. But as I jammed the key into the ignition, I froze. Through the passenger window, I could make out a large silhouette moving in the darkness. It was tall, taller than any person should be, and seemed to glide through the snow rather than walk through it. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't turn the key. The shape disappeared from view, and then my entire car rocked slightly as something heavy pressed down on the roof. The metal creaked above my head. Whatever was up there wasn't just heavy. It was moving around, pressing down in different spots, like it was testing the strength of the roof. I finally managed to start the car, but in my panic, I flooded the engine. It sputtered and died. I tried again, and the same thing happened. Tears were streaming down my face now as I heard more scratching, this time at all the windows simultaneously, like I was surrounded. "Please," I whispered to no one. "Please start." The scratching stopped abruptly, and in that moment of silence, I heard something that made my blood freeze in my veins. "Hey, open up. I'm freezing out here." It was my sister's voice. My sister who lives in Arizona. My sister who couldn't possibly be on a deserted stretch of highway in the middle of a blizzard. "Emma?" I said stupidly, momentarily forgetting my terror. "Let me in," the voice said again, but this time something was off about it. The inflection wasn't quite right, like someone who had heard my sister speak but couldn't quite nail the cadence. I turned slowly toward the passenger window where the voice was coming from. Through the frost-covered glass, I could make out a face pressed against it. But it wasn't my sister's face. It was wrong. The proportions were all off. The eyes were too far apart, the jaw too long. And despite the frigid temperature, the glass was fogging up from its breath. I screamed then. I couldn't help it. The thing at the window jerked back at the sound, and I caught a glimpse of its full form. It stood at least 7 feet tall, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its body was thin but powerful looking, covered in what might have been fur or just tattered clothing. It was too dark to tell, but its face. God, its face was like someone had tried to model human features without ever having seen a human before. It disappeared from view again, and I frantically tried the engine once more. This time it caught, and I nearly sobbed with relief. I put the car in drive, but as I pressed the gas, the tires just spun uselessly. I was stuck in a snowdrift. Something heavy landed on the roof again, harder this time. The impact was so forceful that it dented the metal inward. I could see the ceiling of my car bulge downward right above my head. Then came the voices again. Not just my sister's now, but my mother's, my boyfriend's, even my boss's. All of them calling to me, asking me to open the door, to step outside, to help them. Each voice was almost right, but contained that same off-putting wrongness. I put my hands over my ears and screamed again, but I couldn't block out the sound of claws, because I was sure they were claws now, dragging across the metal of my car. The thing spent the whole night circling my vehicle. Sometimes I'd hear it moving through the snow, those strange footsteps that sounded like hooves more than feet. Sometimes it would go quiet for so long that I'd think it had left, only to be startled by a sudden thump on the roof or hood. Twice more it landed with enough force to dent the metal. I kept the engine running after that first successful start, afraid to let it die again. I cranked the heat up and kept my eyes on the fuel gauge, watching in horror as it dipped lower and lower. I drifted in and out of a stress-induced half-sleep, jerking awake every time the thing made another attempt to get in. It tried the door handles repeatedly. I watched in horror as the passenger side handle moved down, then the rear handle, then the driver's. It was methodically checking every possible entry point. When it couldn't get in through the doors, it started on the windows, pressing against them until I could hear the glass creaking. The rear window actually cracked slightly in the corner, and snow began to drift in through the tiny fissure. I wedged my emergency blanket into the crack, terrified that the thing would somehow reach its fingers through. At one point, it started rocking the entire car, pushing from the sides like it was trying to tip me over. I held onto the steering wheel, sobbing openly now, certain that this was how I would die. The fuel warning light came on around 3 in the morning. By then, the thing had been quiet for almost an hour, and I dared to hope it had given up. I turned off the engine to conserve what little gas I had left, planning to endure the cold for as long as possible. That's when I heard snow crunching directly outside my door. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling the car once more. "Please," I whispered, "please go away." In response, I heard my own voice outside the car, repeating my words exactly. "Please go away." I stopped breathing. The thing was mimicking me now. It had heard me through the metal and glass of the car and was throwing my own voice back at me. "No, no, no," I chanted under my breath. "No, no, no," came the reply from outside, but distorted, like my voice being played through a broken speaker. I sat in frozen horror as it continued to mimic every sound I made. When I finally started crying again, it made a horrible parody of sobbing noises that didn't sound quite human. I don't know when I passed out from exhaustion and terror, but I woke to gray light filtering through snow-covered windows. It was dawn. Somehow I had survived the night. The silence was complete. No scratching, no tapping, no voices. I waited a full 30 minutes before I dared to start the car again. The engine turned over on the last dregs of fuel, and I blasted the defrost to clear the windows. When I could finally see outside, I almost wished I couldn't. My car was ravaged. Deep gouges ran across all 4 doors. The paint scraped down to bare metal in long, parallel lines. The roof was dented inward in multiple places, one so deep that it almost touched the top of my head when I sat up straight. But worst of all were the prints in the fresh snow. A single line of them, leading away from my car toward the tree line about 50 yards away. They were elongated, almost hoof-like, but too big to belong to any deer or moose. And they were spaced so far apart that whatever made them had to have been taking strides of at least 6 feet. The tracks stopped abruptly at the edge of the forest, as if whatever made them had simply vanished into thin air. I didn't have enough gas to try driving out, so I bundled up in every layer I had and started walking. The snow was knee-deep and brutally cold, but the fear of staying with my car was greater than my fear of the elements. I walked for almost 2 hours before I reached a gas station. The attendant took one look at my frost-bitten face and called the police. When they arrived, I told them everything: the scratching, the voices, the thing on my roof. They exchanged looks that I recognized too well, concern for my mental state rather than belief in my story. They drove me back to my car with a gas can, but something had changed in their demeanor by the time we reached it. They stared at the claw marks and the dented roof, touching the gouges with gloved fingers. One officer took photos while the other walked the perimeter, following those strange tracks to the tree line. When he came back, his face was pale. He took me aside and asked me again what I had seen. This time, he wasn't humoring me. He was genuinely rattled. They found clumps of coarse grayish fur stuck in some of the deeper scratches on my car. They collected it in evidence bags without explanation. When I asked what kind of animal they thought it was, neither would look me in the eye. I managed to get enough gas in the car to drive to the nearest town, where I stayed in a motel for 2 days, recovering from mild hypothermia and what the doctor called an acute stress reaction. The police report cited animal damage to my vehicle. When I pressed for more information, the officer just said there are things in those woods that don't have names, and I should be grateful I stayed in my car. I sold the Subaru a week later. I couldn't stand looking at those claw marks, couldn't stop imagining what would have happened if the windows had broken, or if I'd run out of gas completely. I still don't know what was out there in that storm. The therapists say it was hallucinations brought on by cold and fear, but they can't explain the dents. They can't explain the fur, and they sure as hell can't explain why. Sometimes when my phone rings, there's nothing but static on the other end, followed by my own voice echoing back to me, saying words I never spoke. Story 17. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened 5 years after I moved into my house in Maplewood. I'm still not sure if sharing it is a good idea, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I bought my house when I was 28. It's nothing fancy, just a small 2-bedroom with a modest yard on a quiet street. I'd always dreamed of owning my own place, somewhere I could feel safe and build a life. For the first 5 years, it was exactly that. I painted the walls, planted a garden, and made it mine. My neighbors were friendly but kept to themselves, which suited me fine. Nothing unusual ever happened until that first night. I remember it was a Tuesday in October. The weather had just started to turn cold, and I'd gone to bed around 10 after binge-watching some crime show on Netflix. I was deep asleep when I was jolted awake by loud, aggressive banging on my front door. I shot up in bed, heart racing, completely disoriented. My digital clock read 1:53 a.m. The banging continued, not like someone casually knocking, but like they were trying to break the door down. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact seemed to shake the whole house. I live alone, and I'm not ashamed to admit I was terrified. My phone was charging on my nightstand, and I grabbed it immediately, ready to call 911. I sat frozen in bed for maybe 30 seconds, trying to decide what to do. The banging stopped briefly, then started again, even louder. "Who is it?" I shouted from my bedroom, not wanting to get any closer to the door. No response, just more banging. I had this horrible feeling of being trapped. My bedroom is at the back of the house, and the only way out would be past the front door or through a window. I decided to call 911, but as my finger hovered over the dial button, the banging suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. I sat there for what felt like forever, straining to hear any sound that might tell me if someone was still out there. After about 5 minutes of complete silence, I mustered up the courage to creep to my bedroom window, which looks out toward the street. I peered through a crack in my curtains, but couldn't see anyone. My driveway was empty, and the street was completely still. No cars driving away, no shadowy figure running off, nothing. Eventually, I crept through my dark house to the front door. I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was awake and moving around. I stood behind the door for another minute, listening. Then, very slowly, I looked through the peephole. There was nobody there. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up in bed with all the lights on, a kitchen knife on my nightstand, jumping at every little creak the house made. By morning, I had almost convinced myself it was just some drunk person who got the wrong house or neighborhood kids playing a prank. I checked outside in the daylight and found no footprints, no damage to my door, nothing. I mentioned it to my next-door neighbor as she was leaving for work, just casually asking if she'd heard any disturbance in the night. She hadn't heard a thing. I went to work exhausted, but determined to put it behind me. Just some random thing, I told myself. Won't happen again. But it did. The very next night, Wednesday, I went to bed earlier, around 9, because I was so tired from not sleeping the night before. I double-checked all my locks, windows, everything. I even pushed my dresser in front of my bedroom door, feeling a bit silly, but needing that extra security. I managed to fall asleep quickly, but at almost exactly 2 in the morning, I was ripped from sleep again. This time it wasn't banging. It was a car horn, blaring repeatedly in my driveway. Honk, honk, honk. Not just a quick beep, but long, deliberate blasts. My first thought was that it was the same person from the night before, escalating their harassment. I jumped out of bed, hands shaking, and went straight to my bedroom window. This time, I could see a car in my driveway, a dark sedan I didn't recognize. The headlights were off, but in the glow from my porch light, I could tell it wasn't a car I knew. I couldn't see the driver clearly, just a silhouette behind the wheel. The horn kept blaring, over and over. It was after 2 in the morning, and I knew my neighbors would be waking up, wondering what the hell was going on. This time, I was angry as well as scared. I grabbed my phone and took a few pictures of the car, though they came out too dark and blurry to be useful. Then I did something I probably shouldn't have. I decided to confront whoever it was. I turned on all the lights in my house, hoping to signal to them that they weren't scaring me, even though they absolutely were. I went to my front door, took a deep breath, and yanked. It opened, ready to yell at them to get off my property before I called the police. The second, and I mean the very second, my door opened, the honking stopped. The car's engine revved loudly, and before I could even step onto my porch, it reversed out of my driveway so fast, it left skid marks. It sped down the street and disappeared around the corner. I stood there in my doorway, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. I couldn't make out the license plate or even tell for sure what make the car was. Just a dark sedan, maybe black or dark blue. By now, a few of my neighbors had turned on their lights, and one older man from across the street had come out onto his porch in his bathrobe. "Everything okay?" he called over. I nodded and waved, embarrassed and not wanting to make a scene. "Just someone with the wrong house," I called back, trying to sound casual. "Sorry for the noise." I went back inside and locked the door, then sat on my couch and cried from the stress of it all. This wasn't random anymore. Someone was targeting me specifically. But who and why? I've never had enemies or stalkers or angry exes. I'm an accountant, for God's sake. My life is boring by most standards. I called the non-emergency police line and reported both incidents. The officer who took my call seemed concerned, but not alarmed. He said they'd send a patrol car by a few times during the night for the next couple of days, but without a license plate or description of the person. There wasn't much they could do. He suggested it might be teenagers playing pranks or maybe someone with the wrong address. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, watching out the window, jumping every time a car drove past. No patrol car ever came by, as far as I could tell. The third night, Thursday, was strangely quiet. No banging, no honking. I'd taken the day off work and spent it installing a security camera over my front door. It wasn't an expensive system, just a basic model from the hardware store that would alert my phone if it detected movement. I also bought new, stronger locks for all my doors. I stayed up until 3 in the morning, watching and waiting, but nothing happened. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I fell into a restless sleep on my couch. When I woke up Friday morning, there was no alert from my new security camera. Feeling slightly relieved, I made coffee and tried to convince myself the whole thing was over. Maybe the camera had scared them off. Maybe it really was just kids who'd gotten bored with their prank. Around 9, I opened my front door to get the mail. That's when I saw it. Taped to my door was a handwritten note on lined paper, folded once. I must have gasped out loud because my neighbor, who was watering her plants, looked over with concern. I quickly pulled the note off and went back inside. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unfold it. The message was written in blue ballpoint pen, in neat, almost methodical handwriting. I will be back next week. 5 words, just 5 simple words that destroyed any sense of safety I'd managed to rebuild. I checked my security camera footage immediately. Nothing. No alert, no recording of anyone approaching my door. Either they came before I installed it yesterday, or they somehow knew how to avoid being detected. I called the police again, this time asking if an officer could come to the house. 2 hours later, a bored-looking cop in his 40s showed up. I showed him the note, told him about the previous nights. He took some notes, looked around outside half-heartedly, and essentially told me what I'd already heard. Without more information, there wasn't much they could do. He suggested I stay with friends for a few days if I was really concerned. "It's probably just a prank," he said as he was leaving. "Kids get up to all sorts of stuff these days. If anything else happens, call us right away." I didn't have the luxury of staying elsewhere. My parents live 3 states away, and my closest friends all have families and complicated lives of their own. I couldn't impose like that based on what even I had to admit sounded like a series of scary but ultimately harmless incidents. So I stayed, and I waited. I took the next week off work, telling my boss I had a family emergency. I barely slept. I kept all the lights on at night. I ordered groceries for delivery rather than leaving the house. I jumped at every sound, but nothing happened. Monday passed, then Tuesday, then Wednesday. The whole week went by without incident. No banging, no honking, no notes, nothing. I started to wonder if maybe it really was over. Maybe it was a case of mistaken identity, and they'd realized they had the wrong person or the wrong house. Or maybe it was just a cruel prank that they'd gotten bored with. That was 3 years ago. Nothing has happened since then. No more late-night disturbances, no more notes. My life returned to normal, at least on the surface. but I've never felt completely safe in my house again. I've installed more security cameras, motion sensor lights, a proper alarm system. I got a dog, a big German shepherd named Max, who barks at everything. I keep a baseball bat under my bed and pepper spray in my nightstand drawer. And still, every time I hear an unexpected noise at night, I freeze. Every time a car slows down in front of my house, my heart races. Every October, as the anniversary approaches, I barely sleep. I've run through every possibility in my head 1,000 times. Was it a prank? Was I being stalked? Was someone planning to rob me or worse? And if so, why did they stop? Did something scare them off? Did they find a different target? Or are they still out there, waiting? Did they mean a different next week? Will they come back this year, or next year, or 5 years from now when I've finally let my guard down? I know how paranoid this sounds. Most days, I can convince myself it was nothing. Just a random series of events that my mind has blown out of proportion. But in the middle of the night, when I'm lying awake, listening to every creak and rustle, I can't help but wonder if they're out there, watching, waiting for whatever next week means to them. I still have the note sealed in a plastic bag in my desk drawer. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, trying to find some clue in the handwriting, some hint I missed. But it's just 5 words on paper. I will be back next week. And the most terrifying part is that I don't know if that was a threat or a promise. Story 18. I've been a landlord in Chicago's Englewood neighborhood for almost 30 years now. I inherited 3 apartment buildings from my dad back in the early 90s when he decided to retire to Florida. Up until 1996, I thought I'd seen it all. The hoarders, the midnight runners, the party animals, the ones who leave dead fish in the heating vents when they get evicted. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, prepared me for Gerald. It was June when he showed up. I remember because it was one of those sticky Chicago summer days where your shirt clings to your back the moment you step outside. He came to see the vacant 1-bedroom on the 2nd floor of my smallest building on South Morgan Street. There was something off about him from the start. He was rail thin with this patchy beard that never seemed properly groomed. But it was his eyes that really got to me. Dark, almost completely black, and he barely blinked. I'm not exaggerating. The guy would stare at you for uncomfortably long periods without a single blink. His application was weird too. No previous rental history that I could verify. Employment at some lab I'd never heard of, and references who never answered their phones. But he offered to pay 6 months' rent up front in cash, plus security deposit. In this business, cash talks. And like an idiot, I let money cloud my judgment. Gerald moved in with barely any possessions, just a few suitcases and some odd-looking equipment that he claimed was for research. He was quiet at first, too quiet really. The kind of tenant who you forget is even there, which in my line of work usually counts as a blessing. About 3 weeks after he moved in, I started getting complaints. Mrs. Donovan from apartment 2A said she kept hearing strange sounds in the middle of the night, like glass clinking together and heavy objects being dragged across the floor. Mr. Ramirez from 2C reported seeing Gerald carrying large cases of what looked like empty glass jars up the stairs at 3 in the morning. Why would anyone need that many jars? And why at that hour? I approached Gerald about it casually the next time I saw him in the hall. He just gave me that unnervingly steady stare and said, "My work requires specific conditions. I assure you I'll be more discreet." Then he smiled, not a normal smile that reaches the eyes, but just a mechanical stretching of lips over teeth. I left feeling more unsettled than before I'd talked to him. By August, the problems escalated. The building started experiencing plumbing issues, specifically in the main sewer line. Tenants reported slow drains, gurgling toilets, and occasionally foul odors coming from their sinks. As the landlord, I had to deal with it myself first, before calling in an expensive plumber. I went down to the basement where the main clean-out access was located. The smell hit me like a truck, not the usual sewer stench, but something more organic, sickly, sweet, and putrid at the same time. I opened the clean-out and used a drain snake to try to clear whatever was causing the blockage. After about 15 minutes of pushing and pulling, I felt the snake catch on something. Not the usual resistance you get from hair or paper. This was different, softer, but still substantial. When I pulled, the snake back out, wrapped around the end, was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. It was a grayish-green mass, about the size of my fist, slimy and pulsating slightly. It reminded me of a giant slug, or maybe a shell-less snail, but with these tiny, almost translucent tendrils coming off it. And there was something else. Faint lines that almost looked like veins running through it. I dropped it immediately into a garbage bag, fighting the urge to vomit. Whatever it wasn't supposed to be in my pipes. And somehow I just knew that Gerald was involved. The next day, I noticed Gerald leaving the building with a small black case. He didn't see me watching from my car across the street. As soon as he was out of sight, I made my decision. As a landlord, I have emergency access keys to all units. I'd never abused this privilege before, but this situation felt urgent. Gerald's apartment was on the second floor at the end of the hall, 2D. I knocked first, just to be absolutely sure he wasn't home. When no one answered, I used my key and went in. The smell hit me first, similar to what I'd encountered in the basement, but mixed with something chemical, like formaldehyde. The apartment was sparsely furnished, but with the strangest collection of items. Mismatched antique furniture that looked like it belonged in a Victorian museum. The walls were decorated with unsettling paintings, anatomical studies of strange creatures that I couldn't identify. The bookshelves were filled with thick, leather-bound volumes, many with titles in what looked like Latin. I couldn't read them, but the illustrations visible through the partially open pages showed biological diagrams that made my skin crawl. What disturbed me most was the utility closet near the bathroom. It had a padlock on it, a clear violation of the lease, since those closets need to remain accessible for maintenance purposes. I had every right to check it, I told myself as I went to get my bolt cutters from my toolbox in the car. When I came back and cut through the padlock, nothing could have prepared me for what I found. The small closet had been converted into a storage space with shelves from floor to ceiling. And on those shelves were dozens of glass jars, the kind used for canning, each filled with a clear yellowish liquid. Floating in each jar was an organic mass identical to what I had pulled from the drain. Some were smaller, some larger. Some seemed to have more developed tendrils than others. In a few jars, the things had grown what looked disturbingly like eyes, small black dots that seemed to follow my movement. I was so transfixed by the horror of what I was seeing that I didn't hear the apartment door open. I nearly jumped out of my skin when Gerald's voice came from behind me. "They don't like to be stared at," he said, his voice eerily calm. I spun around, my heart pounding. What the hell are these things, and why are they in my drains? Gerald tilted his head slightly, like a curious bird. Sometimes they get out. They're curious by nature. He moved closer, seemingly unbothered by my unauthorized presence in his apartment. "They're my friends. The way he said friends sent ice down my spine. I pushed past him, trying to maintain some authority despite being caught trespassing. This is a serious lease violation. Hazardous materials, unauthorized modifications to the property, disruption to other tenants. Gerald just watched me with those unblinking eyes. They're not hazardous. They're just evolving. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I typed up an eviction notice citing multiple lease violations and health hazards. I gave Gerald 30 days to vacate the premises, which was legally required. Part of me wanted to call the health department or maybe even the police. But what would I say? My tenant is growing weird slug things in jars? I had no idea if what he was doing was even illegal, just deeply, profoundly wrong. Gerald accepted the eviction notice with that same mechanical smile. "I understand completely," he said, folding the paper neatly and placing it in his pocket. 30 days is more than enough time. For the next 3 weeks, things were quiet, too quiet. Gerald seemed to come and go less frequently. The building's plumbing issues cleared up. I started to think maybe I'd overreacted, that maybe those things were just some weird biology experiment that wasn't as dangerous as I'd thought. Then, about a week before Gerald's eviction date, the complaints started again. Mrs. Donovan reported hearing what sounded like wet slapping against her bathroom wall in the middle of the night. Mr. Ramirez said his toilet had backed up with a substance that moved on its own before he flushed it away in a panic. The worst call came from Mrs. Peterson in 2B, directly below Gerald's apartment. She was hysterical, saying something was dripping from her bathroom ceiling, and the drops wiggled when they hit the floor. I went over immediately. The smell in the building had returned, stronger than ever. As I approached Gerald's apartment, it became nearly unbearable. No response when I knocked. Using my key again, I pushed open the door, covering my nose with my shirt. The apartment was empty of all personal belongings. Gerald was gone. But in the middle of the kitchen floor was a single smashed jar, surrounded by that yellowish liquid and shards of glass. Of the thing that had been inside it, there was no sign. Just that foul-smelling puddle soaking into the floorboards. I called a professional hazmat cleaning service. They wore full protective gear to clean the apartment, removing the flooring down to the subfloor. They found nothing unusual except the strange residue, which they couldn't identify. The cleanup cost me nearly $5,000. Despite their efforts, the smell never fully went away. It seemed to have seeped into the very walls of the building. Worse, tenants began reporting seeing pale, wriggling things in their drains that would disappear when the lights were turned on. I replaced pipes, had the entire plumbing system flushed with industrial chemicals, even hired a priest to bless the building, at Mrs. Donovan's insistence. Nothing worked. One by one, my tenants moved out. I couldn't rent the units, no matter how low I dropped the prices. Who wants to live somewhere where things squirm up your drain while you're brushing your teeth? 6 months later, I was forced to sell the building at a massive loss to a development company that planned to demolish it. I sometimes drive by the empty lot where it once stood. The other 2 buildings I own have been fine, thankfully. No sign of whatever contamination affected the Morgan Street property. It's been over 25 years, but I still think about Gerald and those jars. I've researched strange organisms, contacted university biology departments with vague questions about unclassified species, even reached out to the company he claimed to work for, which, unsurprisingly, didn't exist. Last month, I was reading the paper and came across a small article about mysterious plumbing issues in an apartment building in Evanston. Residents reported seeing unidentifiable organic material coming up through their drains. The building manager described a tenant who had recently moved out unexpectedly, a thin man who kept to himself and carried scientific equipment. I recognized the address. It's only a few blocks from Lake Michigan. Sometimes I wonder if those things, whatever they are, have found their way into the lake. I think about all those jars in Gerald's closet, how some of the creatures seemed more developed than others, as if they were at different stages of growth. Growing into what? That's the question that keeps me up at night. And sometimes, when I'm washing my hands or brushing my teeth, I catch myself staring at the drain, watching, waiting, wondering if someday, somewhere, I'll glimpse one of Gerald's friends looking back at me.